Turcotte getting warmed up. We are, of course, the Seawolves have taken the field. So what I'm going to do is go through the Seawolves defensively as you're kidding. It's Johnny Cash back there. I like it. So, of course, Turcotte's pitching. You got Ticillo catching, Hamilton at first base, and, of course, your usual suspects, Paulson and Luthner right up the middle, and then Giordano at third. Derek Yalon is in left, in center field, John LaRocca, and in right, Cole Durkin. Your leadoff hitter, who's taking some practice swings right now, that is, of course, Tommy Reifler. But there it is. Sooner or later, God's going to cut you down. One of my favorite Johnny Cash songs. I don't have a non-favorite.
Little before my time, Matt, but I could appreciate his greatness as the first pitch is about to get underway here at Joe Nathan Field.
And the right-hander gets set to deliver to the lefty here, and we are underway. First pitch a little high, ball one. Next one, down a little, but still not down enough, 2-0. That one right down the middle. Just dropping it down little by little by little until he gets the strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Winding up and delivering the 2-1. That one skied high over on the left side and out of play. Wind up in that open grass over there. And usually there are some kids there waiting to grab the ball, but somebody go chase it, please. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the first inning, Binghamton and Stony Brook. This one, ground ball over to second. Paulson will handle it easily. Throw to first. 1 man away. So, Reifler, 306 hitter. He goes down for the first out of the inning. Daniel Frankie, the right fielder, batting second. 309 hitter. 1 home run, 8 RBIs based on 81 at-bats. 15 runs scored. 25 for 81 overall. First pitch squares up to bunt and lets it go by for a strike. Our location is directly behind home plate, so 0-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. And getting ahead very early here. No balls, 2 strikes on Frankie. 0-2. Let that one go by and should not have. Got caught looking.
Turcotte with a pretty off-speed pitch that seemed to be high and just dropped into the strike zone and left Frankie there just standing with a looking strikeout. Great start for Turcotte.
So a 2-away, Alex Barada, the senior, second baseman, 219 hitter. Takes high for a ball. Try and get that ball in the batter's eyes, but of course if he lets it go by, it will not be called a strike. 1-0 on the way. Same pitch, same location, same result, 2-0. From the windup, 2-0 on the way. Drops it down a little bit, nothing doing, 3-0. WUSB Stony Brook, 12:04, 3-0 pitch on the way. That's ball 4. So Binghamton gets the first base runner here. And that will bring up the cleanup hitter, Justin Durpich, senior, 309 hitter as well. Home run and 7 RBIs. And he's got a runner on here with 2 out. Takes high again. And almost a little bit too much energy to start the game off here. And I'm sure if he gets a little bit more tired, that ball will drop a little bit. But you don't want it to drop too far, he'll get hit. And there you go. He drops it down much further and gets the strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner taking a couple of steps on the lead. Nothing big with 2 out. 1-1 on the way. Swung on and missed at a ball in the dirt. Well, we call it dirt, the brown turf. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
These off-speed pitches have been very successful for Turcotte early on.
The big question is when to throw them, and that was perfectly timed, and he had him set up perfectly for it. 1-2 on the way, dealing from the stretch. That one, high fly ball to left center field. Will anybody get to it? And what a catch by the center fielder, LaRocca. Doing a Willie Mays out there, diving catch over his shoulder to get the 3rd out. And who knows how crucial that catch will prove to be as we get through 1/2 inning here at Joe Nathan Field. Keeping it here, of course. By the way, now that we have a minute or two, let's check up on the rest of the Seawolves action that is going on right now as we speak in many cases. Women's lacrosse, of course, is going on at Laval Stadium. And see if we can get some progress. That is their final regular season game. They've already clinched the top seed in the tournament. That, of course, starts this week. But see what's going on here as they are just about to get underway over at Laval against UMBC. Now, the other game that we have to keep a close eye on is men's lacrosse. They are in Vermont to finish off the regular season, and the seedings have yet to be determined. That is a big game because, yes, the Seawolves have to win, but also somehow UMBC has to lose to NJIT for the Seawolves to get the top seed. Vermont Catamounts, they will be getting underway as well very soon. So these are 2 games you're going to be monitoring between innings. Binghamton, of course. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Matt, let's not downplay John LaRocca's catch right there to end the top of the first. One, that's a run scored if he doesn't catch that for the Bearcats in the top of the first.
Quite possibly. He could have made it all the way from first base. That was all the way at the wall.
That was an unbelievable play. He covered maybe 40 feet of ground on that hard hit ball, and he laid out for that. And he got hounded by his teammates in the dugout to congratulate him as Stony Brook's best hitter, Evan Giordano, gets up to bat in the bottom of the first.
And you're not kidding when you're talking about best hitter. 384 average leads the team by far. Right behind him is Chris Hamilton, the on-deck hitter at 327. But he's got 6 home runs, which also leads the team, and 32 RBIs, which also leads the team by a fair margin.
I think most impressively, he has a .478 on-base percentage.
Which is
unheard of.
But it also means great fundamentals as he takes a ball at the knees for a strike. Oh-1 from the windup. Tries the same thing but misses a little bit too low, 1-1. On the way. And again, coming inside, but missing. This one as waste. 2 balls and 1 strike. That one fouled back onto the screen on the right side. Bounces back into the field, so Hamilton will bring it back to the dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind up once again, lefty to the righty, bouncer to third. Throw across the diamond, and they just get him.
That was not an easy play for the third baseman, Justin Dripch, as Giordano hit a dribbler, and the softer that ball is hit, the harder the play is for the infielder. But Giordano's not the fastest player in the world. Great hitter, but not the fastest player as Hamilton comes up to
But
bat.
because he's such a great hitter, that's why he leads off. You figure speed guy would be at the leadoff spot. First pitch to Hamilton is skied in foul territory. Will it stay in play? No, it will not. over on the right side beyond the Seawolves dugout. So the count starts off at 0-1. Hamilton, as we said, a .327 hitter, 3 home runs and 20 RBIs. 32 for 98 overall.
And he gets lucky on the first pitch because that should be a routine flyout to the right fielder, Daniel Frankie, but gets lost in the sun.
0-1 on the way, strike down the middle. So already behind 0-2 here. Lefty to the lefty. Swung on and missed at a high fastball. He goes down swinging. Shane Paradine, the DH, batting third today. .315 hitter, 2 home runs and 20 RBIs. Has started all 27 games he's played so far. And he digs in, righty against the lefty. Makes contact, bouncer back to the pitcher, and that will do it here in the first inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Babylos, and we have one full in the books. 0-0. Binghamton, Stony Brook here in the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB. Now back to the action here. Let's see what's going on. 11:05 left in the first quarter, and Vermont already on the board. David Klosterman, his 12th goal of the season. 10:51 left in the first there. Now let's take a look and see what the women are doing right now. And UMBC getting on the board first. Megan Halchuk, goal number 15 for the season for her. Seawolves, of course, undefeated in the America East and undefeated for the past 5 years in the America East. But as I've always said, all winning streaks end. But you don't want your winning streak to end in the playoffs. If you're going to have a bad day, have a bad day in the regular season.
Right. All that matters is to win the last game of the season, Matt.
Exactly.
And,
you got to get there naturally.
And as we're speaking about Stony Brook sports outside of baseball right now, between innings, I'd like to mention that Stony Brook basketball was actually in national news this morning because the #1 high school basketball prospect of 2022, Amani Bates, decommitted from Michigan State. And the first team to give him an offer, it was tweeted out by college basketball reporter Jeff Goodman, was Stony Brook, which I just thought was funny that Stony Brook would offer the #1 player. But
why not?
Why not? Why not?
Why not? I mean, that means that you're setting your sights high. You're not selling yourself short. Okay, here we go. We start the second inning, and this one's going to be a hard bouncer through the left side for a base hit. So the number 5 hitter, Kevin Giselle, is on with a leadoff single. Jumped on the first pitch, didn't even give us time to introduce him. But Giselle, a .233 hitter, that went up a little bit. So first hit of the day, and a man on first for Shane Marshall. He is a center fielder, .306 hitter, 1 home run, 8 RBIs, and he jumps on the first pitch too. This one's going to be a high fly ball to right field, and it's going to drop up and over the fence, ground rule double. So the runner at first, Giselle, will hold at third. Marshall will stand on second, and with the right fielder, which was Durkin, shaded over, he had no chance for that one. And it actually hugged the line pretty closely, and there was actually some doubt whether or not it would go foul. But now you got second and third, nobody out very quickly here. 2 pitches and a big jam here for Turcotte.
And luckily enough for Stony Brook, that ground rule double might save a run.
First pitch to Kevin Riley, the catcher, swung on and missed at a ball that was way low, 0-1. So finally, Turcotte catches a break in this inning. Well, he's a .200 hitter. He's only played 8 games. Takes low for a ball here, 1-1.
I wonder, Matt, if Binghamton Bearcats caught something after that first inning and told their players to take a hack at the first pitch of every at-bat, because they've done that so far in this top of the second.
1-1 on the way, and that's way low. So he was a little bit high in the first inning, and now he's dropping it down in the second. And all he has to do is straighten out a little bit and possibly get a much-needed out here. But the count is 2-1 on Riley. And there you go, 2-2 on a ball kind of miss. So opportunity knocks, and a strikeout here would be nice. A ball in play means a run might score with nobody out. So, and there it is. Swung on a missed strike 3. Big strikeout for Turcotte on Riley. And that'll bring up the number 8 hitter, Jake Evans, Jr., 218 hitter, no home runs and 6 RBIs. But with 1 out, still, a ground out will score a run.
Yeah, if you're Turcotte, you're looking for another one of those. That was just what the doctor ordered right there, because pretty much anything in play scores a run with the infield not playing in.
And the first pitch in there for a strike. A little bit of break on it, but he got it over. 0-1. Nice recovery so far after getting jumped on first 2 pitches and what resulted in a second and third situation. 0-1 on the way, and that came right at the knees, but a little low. 1-1. Runners taking leads here. 1-1 on the way, and this one's going to be a ground ball over to second, and that will score the run. The 4-3 play means 2 outs, but also an RBI as Gasell comes in, and Marshall moves up to third, and Binghamton draws first blood. They lead at 1-0.
Productive out for Evans. That's his 7th RBI of the season. And the Bearcats will trade an out for a run any day of the week.
Kevin Tully, the designated hitter, number 9 hitter, takes the low one away, ball 1. Still got the runner on third here with 2 out. Another one diving away, lefty to the lefty. 2 balls and no strikes. And that one high. 3 balls and no strikes. And remember, he's the number 9 hitter here. Okay, Tully, a 240 hitter. He's played in 11 games, started 8 of them. Doesn't have a lot of at-bats there. 3-0 on the way. There's the strike. 3 balls and 1 strike on the fastball down the middle. Have him taken all the way. Turcotte not paying attention to the runner. 3-1. High fly ball, left field, down the line. Near the line, and he will make the catch as Yellon hauls it in, and the damage is minimized. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. At the end of 1.5, 1-0 Binghamton here in the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB. Matt Mankiewich, Heath, Kalb bringing you all the action. And the Seawolves have come up with an equalizer here on women's lacrosse over at Laval Stadium. 26-42, very early going in the first half. They're tied at 1. And who else? Taryn Oldmiller and Siobhan Rafferty on the assist. So that's a good sign. What you would expect, naturally. Now on the flip side, going to the men, 9:02 left in the first. It's still 1-0 Vermont. Only 1 goal in the game, and you've burned 7 minutes. That plays into Vermont's style of play. And we already found out what happened when the Seawolves get taken out of their game. You get 2 losses to UMBC in overtime.
Overall, though, I think it's been a successful spring for Seawolves sports, Matt.
Oh, no doubt about that.
The only unfortunate, of course, that
we've had a lot
football is we've only gotten a few games.
Well, they got in something. It was beyond their control, too. When your last 2 opponents canceled their season, what are you going to do? Now, one thing that baseball and softball, for example, baseball in particular, was able to do is when somebody canceled, they were able to line up another game because somebody canceled on that other team. So they've been able to get some midweek games in. But Binghamton, for example, has only played conference games all year. So we go to the bottom of the second inning. John Tuchillo will lead off, 250 hitter for the Stony Brook Seawolves. Righty facing the lefty here. First pitch, ripped foul on the left side, just beyond the Binghamton dugout. A little bit early on it. but he hit it solidly. 0-1 on the way. Wanted that. Let it go by. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chilla was just about ready to go and thought better of it. Here comes the 1-1. That one's going to be skied foul to the right side and way out of play. Going to wind up in the woods. Now you take a nice big bounce on that asphalt path there in between and wind up in where foul balls go to die because thousands of them over the years have wound up there. 1-2 on the way. This one, hard grounder, speared by the third baseman. Throw over to first and just in time. And Durpich, nice play there. Did another one. Has good range over there at third base and was able to get the first out.
Yeah, that was very reminiscent of the way Giordano grounded out to start the game. And Tachillo almost beat that out on the way to first. Pretty fast for a catcher.
Well, also because with the third baseman having to range so far to his left, that slowed him down a little bit. That'll bring up LaRocca, the center fielder.
It does make it easier when the third baseman's going to his left and in. It makes it easier for the throw. Your momentum's going that way. It's not like a shortstop making a Derek Jeter type of play.
1-0 on the way, and that one skied to right field, and that's going to the wall, and it's caught at the wall.
No, it was dropped.
He dropped it. He could not hold on as he hit the wall. So going all the way and not even pausing for a second, LaRocca slides into third with a triple. And I thought he had it. Everybody thought he had it, but he couldn't hold on. He was right at the wall and bounced off it, and the ball went down with him. So LaRocca, very smartly, did not hesitate to see where it went, and that's what you're supposed to do. That's good fundamental baseball. Let the coaches worry about where the ball's going to go. You just keep going until somebody stops you.
I'm not sure if that'll be called an error or a triple, but either way, LaRocca's had a terrific start to this game with a Willie Mays catch and a ability to get to third, the first man on.
And you want to know something? That's Willie Mays type baseball. Using your speed and paying attention to the fundamentals. Okay, next pitch swung on and missed. So the count, should that be 1-1 or 1-1? Okay, good. Because that was the second pitch to Paulson. Paulson, the second baseman. Get some numbers on him. 267 hitter. And he flinches but lets the high fastball go by. 2-1. Runner on third here, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Binghamton got on the board in the top half. Lead at 1-0, but the Seawolves threatening here. Thanks to a triple by Mr. LaRocca standing on third. Popped up to the right side. Will it stay in play? It actually bounces in front of the fence and out. Nobody was able to get to it over on the right side, so count goes to 2-2. But John LaRocca, as Heath said, great play in center field and good fundamental base running that leads to him standing on third where he is. In many other cases, you see a guy looking and having to stop at second. Next pitch is high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. That's the first full count of the day, by the way. We're in the second inning. 1 man out. And the payoff. That's in the dirt. And they call it a strike. Throw to first. So give the pitcher credit for a strikeout. And 2-3 on the putout. Runner holds, so you got 2 out here for Stanton Luthner, the shortstop. The sophomore is batting .200, has played 18 games, started 16, and is 9-for-45 so far. And that is a nice round 20% of the time he gets on, but let's not gets hits. Getting on, he's a little bit better. But he swings and misses the first pitch, strike 1.
And I'd like to mention on the scoreboard, it was scored a hit for LaRocca. So that is a triple for John LaRocca, and Frankie avoids the error because that could have been a second misplay. It was a second misplay of the game, but doesn't go down on the score sheet as that.
Okay, bouncer over to third, and again, Durpich throws over, and the threat goes by the boards. But Durpich playing that perfectly. He played up at third base. So 2 full innings in the books, and Binghamton leads 1-0. 1 run and 2 hits for Binghamton, no runs, and the lone hit, of course, from LaRocca for the Seawolves so far. And it's playing about as we expected. Time for an update. We've got 2 lacrosse games going on, men's and women's. The women have already clinched the America East title, so they have very little to worry about here. But we shall take a look and see what we got going on, because guess what? Okay, Taryn Oldmiller already has 2 goals. Allie Kennedy's got a goal. Okay, so, and they now lead 4-2 here with 20 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half. That's the women's game against UMBC going on at Laval right now. Zach Wilson is on that, by the way. If you want to check him out on YouTube, go right ahead. But come back here. But also, now this is where it gets a little bit dicey, okay, because now Vermont's got a 3-2 lead on Stony Brook with 5:08 left in the first. They scored the first 3 goals, but Patrick Cashalk and Matt DeMeo have answered. So a little bit of a run going on for the Seawolves right now as we get to the top of the third, correction. And back to the top of the order for Tommy Reifler, and takes ball 1 here from Turcotte. And the next one missed again, 2-0. I thought for sure that was going to be called a strike, but I'm not the umpire.
I did too there, Matt, and it sure seems like early on this ump has a small strike zone.
And there's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Reifler grounded to second his first time up. 2-1 on the way. And this one's going to be a line drive into right field for a base hit. So he's on to lead off. And Daniel Frankie got caught looking his first time up. We're in the top of the third. Binghamton leads at 1-0 here at Joe Nathan Field. Opener of a doubleheader. This first game will be 7 innings. The second game will be 9. Matt Mankiewich and Heath Kalb bringing you all the action. Throw over to first. Keeps Reifler honest. He dives back. Now Frankie digging in. Here's a throw from the set, and this one, high fly ball into right center field, and that is going to bounce in front of the warning track and go to the wall. Scoring all the way from first base, Reifler, and sliding in safely is Frankie with a triple. And that one, no doubt about it, nobody got to that one in the gap. And an RBI triple gives Binghamton a 2-0 lead here. Now, in this case, Joe Nathan Field is designed to favor a certain type of hitter. Deep gaps. And when a ball winds up there, it kind of stays there for a while. And that's a perfect example of it. Usually it's designed for the Seawolves to take advantage to it, but this time it was Binghamton.
That's a perfect example why John LaRocca's unbelievable catch in the top of the first was just so important. But Daniel Frankie makes up for his 2 misplays out in right field with a smash to center right and gets all the way to third, just beats the tag by Giordano. And Turcotte's currently in a mound visit with the coach in the infield because an uncharacteristic start, 2 runs, 4 hits, no outs in the top of the third. You don't usually see that with a guy with a 1.46 ERA.
Well, here's what happened. I mean, in the second inning, Gazelle and Marshall just jumped on the first pitch, came up with a single and a double, and a ground out, scored the run. This time, this was a solid triple that brought Reifler in all the way from first base. First pitch to Barada, who walked his first time up, is the 5th straight ball he's seen. Ball 1. Next pitch, down in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. And that's a big problem here. Needs strike 1, and he has not been getting it. But on the other hand, he hasn't even been close in some cases. Like I said, 6 straight balls to this one batter alone. He walked on 4 pitches the first time up. And now he's got 2-0, and this one's going to be skied to right. It's going to drop towards the wall. and Durkin will throw it in, and the run will score. Frankie comes in easily, and Barada has an RBI double. So make it 3-0 in favor of the Bearcats. And what I say about this team coming up to bite you every now and then.
And I may have jinxed the Seawolves before the game, saying that we should expect a full, complete 7-inning game from Turcotte.
Turcotte's getting rattled here. Now, I see people walking. The bullpen for the Seawolves is behind the right field fence. You can barely see people, shadows. His first pitch to Durpich is a high and tight ball one. He flied to center. Of course, that big play you put the star next to that got Turcotte out of the first inning by LaRocca, that Willie Mays catch. But now the count's 1-0 on him. Now you got to run in. You got a runner on second. And still nobody out. Next pitch is in the dirt and just got him. Wild pitch. What happened was Barada made a run for third, and the throw over to third was in time. Giordano put the tag down. So score that one, 2-5 on the putout.
And a really solid throw and play by John Ticillo there. Makes
and a
it
big
look
out,
easy.
too. Next pitch is a strike, 2-1. So that cleans the bases. So we got one out and nobody on now. And a 2-1 count to Durpich, and he will take outside 3 balls and a strike. And as we see, Turcotte continuing to get behind hitters here. Wind up in delivery on 3-1, and that's in there. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the second full count of the day. And this one's going to be a line drive to straightaway center field, going to drop for a base hit, but no harm done because the runner got erased. So Durpich is on with 1 man out still. But they'll bring up Kevin Giselle, who led off with a single his last time up, leading off the second inning. Saw a pitch and hit it. See if he does it again here. He and Marshall had first pitch hits back in the second that led to that first Binghamton run. Not this time. Takes a strike. It absolutely looked a little low, but he probably thought so too. 0-1.
It is some days, Matt, some teams just see a pitcher very well, and that's what it's looked like.
Throw to first.
These first top 3
keeping
innings.
Durpich honest, and he dives back.
Binghamton hit about 5 solid line drives to the outfield today.
Well, the pitches have been up, and here's another one that's up close, too. Up at the shoulders. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, 1 on. We're in the top of the third inning. 2 runs in for Binghamton already. They lead at 3-0. Opener of the doubleheader here. Takes down at the knees, 2 balls and 1 strike. And what happened? Taking at the knees. The count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. And did we lose power?
Is everything plugged in?
Yeah, it's unplugged. Okay, we got a high fly ball to left field. Is going to bounce toward the wall, but the runner will hold at third. As Durpich, we had a little bit of, yes, something just got unplugged, but you heard us. So what happened here was Giselle comes up with a double, but the runner has to hold Durpich, and with the score still 3-0, you got runners in second and third, and still only 1 out for Shane Marshall.
Marshall batting .306. So not an easy out here for Turcotte with 2 in scoring position with only 1 out.
He foul tips a pitch low, so that puts the count at 0-1. We're in the top of the third, 3-0. 2 runs in here in the top of the third for Binghamton. And second and third, 1 out. And next pitch is up high, 1 ball, 1 strike. And, yeah, there's activity going on in the Stony Brook bullpen. The one way you can tell is you see a ball being thrown back and forth behind that right field fence. 1-1 on the way. This one tipped again, and a ball in the dirt. He likes those low pitches, but also puts him behind 1-2.
So just last inning, Shane Marshall is up right now. Hit that high ground rule double.
Like I said, jumped on the first pitch last time up, not this time. This one's going to be a ground ball over to short, and they'll get the out there, but the run will score. So a 6-3 RBI was an easy play, of course, for Luthner, but makes it 4-0 in favor of the Bearcats. Runner on second, though, Gasell, he holds. But still only one out here for Kevin Riley. Struck out his first time up, already has behind 0-1. Takes low for ball one. 1-1 strike. No, correction, 1-0. Yeah, I knew I didn't miss a pitch. Here we go. Here comes the 1-0. That one a little high. 2 balls and no strikes. 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Binghamton. No runs, 1 hit for the Seawolves in the opener of the doubleheader here. 2-0 on the way. Down and in. 3 balls and no strikes. And last hitter he got ahead of was Marshall. Marshall got him to ground out, but now he's down 3-0 on the number 7 hitter, Riley, who he struck out last time up. Here's a 3-0, and that's ball 4.
He just looks off, Matt. You don't see Turcotte pitch like this often, and I don't know how much longer he has in today's game.
He's been up all day long, and when he try to come back down, he overcompensates, so he's off the plate even then. And you have to wonder when Coach Senk will bring out the hook. Wants to get as many outs from his starter as he possibly can. Infield's drawn in on the left side with 2 outs, and first pitch is in there for a strike on Jake Evans, who has an RBI to his credit despite being 0 for 1, because he got on a ground out back in the first inning, thanks to those 2 leadoff hits. 0-1 on the way, in there for strike 2. If he gets out of the inning, that'll be a huge break for the bullpen. Or will he come out for the 4th is the next question.
I would assume he does if he gets Evans out here.
He has the guy in front of him to worry about right now. That one's going to be a bouncer over to short, and they'll get the force at second and out of the inning. So 6-4 on the force as Luthner and Paulson complete the play. And with 2.5 in the books, it is Binghamton 4, Stony Brook nothing. Here in the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB, Matt Mankiewich and Heath Kalb. I'll be bringing you the bottom of the second, and Heath will take over in the top of the 4th. But what we will also get you up to date on is what the Seawolves are doing in lacrosse. Let's take a look at the men. First period winding down, first quarter. 8 seconds left in it, according to the stats we have here. 5-3 Vermont. And Vermont just scored a pair of goals. McCormack and Klosterman on those after the Seawolves went on a little bit of a run. Kashalk, Anderson. Oh, the Seawolves just... Dylan Palinetti comes up with a big goal. It's now 6-4 as we get to 9:33 left in the second. So what happened was Klosterman scored again. He had scored 2 in a row. And Palinetti just came up with an answer. And they really, really need Palinetti to step up in this game. On the flip side, going to the women, continuing their undefeated streak in the America East Conference going back 5 years. They lead UMBC 6-2 with 12:44 left before halftime. So we go to the bottom of the third. We'll flip the card over, and we'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Stony Brook Seawolves. And those will be Cole Durkin, Derek Yallen, and Evan Giordano. They will go up against Thomas Babalis, and he's held them to 1 hit so far. And that hit probably should have gotten caught.
Yeah, it should have been an error.
So now we got Durkin leading off the third. First time up, and he's a 183 hitter and takes a strike right off the outside corner, lefty to lefty here. Durkin 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. A little bit lower, trying to catch the corner again. Not this time. 1-1.
And the wind is starting to pick up. There was no wind earlier in this game. And now it's starting to feel like a normal Long Island day right now.
1-1 on the way. That even further outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Trying to catch that corner. Caught it the first pitch and missed it the last 2. Dealing from the windup, lefty to lefty. Check swing. Didn't go. And the ball. No, yes, he did.
He did go.
They did. They do say he did. His wrist broke, so make it 2-2. Because that ball was way out of the strike zone. But that's what we want him to do, fish. That one, a little bit closer in. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Did not get the call on the corner there. But I will bet you if he puts it in the same spot, we could be looking at out number 1. Payoff pitch on the way. Swings and misses. He'll have to run over the first, but the ball bounces over toward the screen, and he will actually make it safely. So Durkin score a strikeout for the pitcher, but a wild pitch, and Durkin is on base. And still with nobody out. So the Seawolves get a leadoff man on, and that will bring up the number 9 hitter, Derek Yellon, a 192 hitter, and has played in 12 games, started 9, and takes a strike. Right-handed hitter against the lefty.
Well, any way to get on is valuable. But that was a nasty curve in the dirt for Babelis, but just gets away from the catcher. So Durkin was able to get to first with relative ease. As
Runner
he
going,
second.
swing and miss on the pitch, and he is there. He made it in time. That was a close one, though. The tag just a little bit late, and Durkin steals second.
I'm not so sure he got there in time, Matt. That was a very close call. If this were the majors, that's a play you might want to challenge.
Well, they do have the video, but no challenge here. So the count is at 0-2 for Yellon, but runner now on second with nobody out. We're in the bottom of the third. Binghamton leads 4-0. Second baseman covering. Next pitch, swung on a miss, strike 3. So Yellon goes down. Back to the top of the order now with a runner in scoring position for Giordano, however. Giordano grounded out his first time up.
And with Durkin on second, a fast runner and a great base runner, and your best hitter up, down 4 in the bottom of the third, this is where Giordano needs to take advantage.
So the first pitch and a hard grounder over to third. Runner will have to hold. They'll throw across the diamond. No, he's going for third, and he got him by a mile. Trying that head first slide, and that's one thing you do not do is make the last out at third, and that runs the Seawolves out of the inning. So 5-3 on the ground ball, and then on the put out, you go from 3 to 5.
And maybe take back what I said about being an unbelievable base runner, because just after I said that, he gets held up on second base as the play goes to third baseman Drerich, and when he throws to first, he shouldn't be running to third there. There's just not enough time unless you have a big enough lead, which he was pretty much on second base.
That's the thing. That's a mistake.
Yeah.
That is, call it whatever you want to call it, a rookie mistake, but Yellon is a sophomore, but it doesn't matter. Durkin, actually, correction on that. Durkin, on the other hand, is a junior, but and the other thing about it is that he was just staying there. I thought the runner would hold, throw across the diamond. He's not supposed to go, but he went. So,
and there's no point for that. You're in scoring position anyway. There's going to be 2 outs. There's not much of a difference. And so as we head to the top of the fourth, I'll be taking over now.
Okay.
For Matt, I'll be taking play-by-play.
No, go ahead, but just want to do one thing before you do. And that, of course, is taking a look at what the lacrosse teams are doing. The women are up 7-2 now with 10 minutes left in the first half. But Vermont, a 7-5 lead over the Seawolves with 7:29 left in the second. The Seawolves are in the playoffs. All they want now is home field, but not looking good right now.
As Turcotte gets 2 consecutive swinging strikes on 2 fastballs, it seems, to the DH and the 9-hitter Kevin Tully. Tully's batting .240 on the year, and he popped out in the bottom of the second. And he strikes out on a swinging strike fastball down low. So nice start to the top of the fourth for Turcotte, who's struggled today.
Definitely struggling in the third inning, but that's a nice start because he got him on 3 pitches.
Yeah, now we got the top of the order, and we have a righty facing a lefty. Left fielder Tommy Reifler up, who's grounded out, and in the top of the first and in the top of the third, he singled and then scored after a Daniel Frankie double, or triple, I believe I should say, as he skies one to right field, and it is over the fence. That is a home run from Tommy Reifler as he rounds the bases.
Right
Hard.
down the right field line.
That is his first home run of the season, to add to an impressive stat line for him. His second score of the day as he touches home base. And the lefty smashes one. And it is currently 5-0 in the top of the fourth. Binghamton is pouring it on, as the Bearcats bench is cheering loud.
Still activity going on in the bullpen in right field, too.
Not surprisingly, as Daniel Frankie takes the first pitch and he bunts, but he bunts it out back into the netting by us.
Am I missing something? Why?
Yeah, this is the second time Frankie's gone for a bunt on the first pitch, as the next pitch is in the dirt from Turcotte, so 1-1 the count.
Trying to drag bunt his way on. What's he thinking? I mean, the guy already has a triple on the day and an RBI, so...
Frankie does have that triple. He got that in the last inning as he pops up to the second baseman, Paulson. Caught. So 2 outs for Turcotte in the top of the fourth.
Had to go into the outfield part of the field turf. It's all field turf, this whole field. So the only area where you got some dirt is the pitcher's mound, and not even. But the brown part and the green part is really what you got.
And up to bat now, and the first pitch is a called strike to Alex Barada, the second baseman. He had an RBI double in the top of the third, and that seems like a very common thing for me to say, is that an extra base hit from one of these players earlier in the game. Second pitch is a swinging fastball back at the net, so 0-2 the count. Barada's batting .219 this year. A little better after his double last inning. As a ball down low for the third pitch of the at-bat.
Getting ahead of the hitter, though, which is good.
Turcotte deals a little low again. Seems like a fastball low. Barada, a righty. Smashed one into center right last inning. And he smashes a ball, but right to right field, and it is caught. But a hard hit ball, not a good sign. But Turcotte will take it out when he gets one. And he gets out in the top of the fourth with 1 run. And the scoreboard now reads 5 runs to 0, 8 hits to 1, and no errors for either team. So the Seawolves with a 5-run deficit going into the bottom of the fourth. They got some ground to make up. And we have to remember, this is a 7-inning game, the first game of the doubleheader.
Everything accelerated as people who are watching Major League games that go 7 innings starting to realize. Now, of course, the debate goes on. I personally hope they go back to the old rules next year, and you understand why the allowances are being made. But if you've been following college baseball like I've been for a long time and you're now doing, you see the nuances of of the college rules, and now you're seeing them at the major league level. And one thing I have not had a chance to do, but I'd like to ask some of the players who did play in college, and a lot do, more now than ever, how much does it feel like college when you're playing 7-inning games, 7-inning doubleheaders?
Not only that, but when there's only a few thousand people in the stands at these MLB stadiums, I'm sure it feels more like college also.
Oh, absolutely. But here, too, like we said, the attendance restrictions have been lifted, and you're seeing maybe a little bit bigger crowd than even pre-pandemic because people just want to get out and watch some ball.
Yeah, there's a nice crowd here. I'd say it's definitely over 100 here behind home plate, and we have some stands on the third base line and the right base and the first base line. As Chris Hamilton comes up to bat, the senior, so lefty versus lefty here. First pitch is a fastball down the middle, 0-1 the count.
By the way, update on lacrosse. Vermont still up 7-5 on Stony Brook in men's lacrosse.
Hamilton smashes one, but out of play across the third base line.
Meanwhile, the women are building up their lead, 9-2 now. Allie Kennedy with a pair of goals in a row now.
And Hamilton strikes out. That's his second strikeout in 2 at-bats today. And Shane Paradine, the DH, comes up to bat from the right side of the plate. He grounded out in the top of the first, as the Seawolves still look to get something going here at Joe Nathan Field. And they've just been stymied today by Thomas Babalis. So this is lefty versus righty, and a ball outside to the righty.
Only one solidly hit ball all day was the lone Seawolves hit, that triple by LaRocca.
And that is popped back. That's a foul ball. So the Seawolves have had 2 men on this whole game. One was a strikeout. That was a drop strikeout. And the other was a play, a triple. That was called a triple. That was a hard hit ball to right field by LaRocca, but it should have been caught. So as Babalis deals another ball outside, he really should be throwing a perfect game right now in the bottom of the fourth.
Pretty much. But, hey, 25% of the rule book is scoring.
And a nice curveball that goes into the strike zone, starts out, gets back in from Babalis, as the count's now 2-2. And the lefty here from Binghamton, he works quickly as he works again, and it's a hard hit ball into right field, and it drops. And that should be a single for Shane Paradine. Maybe the Seawolves get something going.
Another hard hit ball, but the last one was 2 innings ago, and as you said, should have been caught. That was a solid hit, though.
Yeah, Frankie could not get to that one.
Yeah, there was no doubt about that one.
So hit between center and right for Paradine there. And with 1 out, and John Ticillo up to bat. As Babalis deals. And it is almost a check swing, but the ball dribbles out of play. Paradine taking a little lead off first. Nothing too threatening. As Babalis throws the first to check on him.
You'd like to say that every Seawolf is a threat to steal.
Ball high, so the count 1-1.
Paradine has only attempted twice, but was successful both times.
As Babalis seems to be threatened by Paradine, and he throws over to first again. And my thought process is, yeah, it's great if you get a man in scoring position here, but you're down 5.
Right.
You need to score runs. It's not like getting a man in scoring position and scoring 1 run's going to... You need to get it all back. And ball outside
I think what it also does, and the debate will go on with this, you throw a lot of pickoff throws, and it takes your attention away from the guy in front of you, who's the guy you really need to be dealing with right now, because a well-placed ground ball will get you out of the inning.
As a strike inside, paints the corner, so the count 2-2. Tochillo grounded out in the bottom of the second, and a ground out would not be favorable for the Seawolves here. As Matt just stated, it could get the Bearcats out of the inning. And he throws back again for the third time during this at-bat.
Why?
It is interesting. And what you were saying earlier, I agree with you. I say just focus on the batter. You're up 5. Play it like John Lester. Just throw to the plate. As Tochillo gets under it, but it's a foul ball back to the net.
Well, the other thing, too, is remember you got the 7-inning game, and you get to a point where you got this big lead, and you just throw strikes. Here, hit it. Try. Seawolves only have 2 hits on the day, and one of those was iffy.
And a ball up, so we got a full count here. So here's the time where we could watch Shane Paradine possibly run on first. And he throws over again, the 4th time during this at-bat. And this is where if we were at an MLB stadium, we'd be hearing the chants boo, the fans boo.
Oh, they'd be letting the pitcher have it now.
And Tochillo hits it off his left foot, and that never feels good.
And even with the guard there.
I have no experience doing that, thankfully.
It still
hurts. It doesn't look fun.
It doesn't hurt as much, but you feel it. But that is why he has it there, because clearly he does it a lot.
So the count's still full. Babalis to Tochillo. And he throws back for the 5th time. This may break a record.
Why? Am I missing something here, or is something word out?
Maybe he thinks Shane Paradine's Ricky Henderson as Babalis steals. And Tochillo hits it right to second base, and it is thrown to first. And Paradine does not get back in time, and another base running error for the Seawolves. Although that's a tough way to play it for Paradine on first, because with a hard line drive to second base, you're almost going to get a double play there anytime.
He took a bigger lead than usual at that point, too. So hard line drive to the second base, when you throw back to first, you got him. And that's exactly what happened. Double play, first double play of the day, gets Binghamton out of the inning so far in the books.
It's the second double play because of the other running error in the inning prior.
Correct.
And this one was a little bit more standard of a double play, but none of your what we would consider a normal double play.
Well, that was closer to a strike him out, throw him out. But in any case, the Seawolves go by the boards. They got a hit, but nothing to show for it as we go to 5-0. Let's do a lacrosse update before you get the 5th inning going here. So, looking good. The women, anyway, 36 seconds before halftime, 10-3, their lead. And you know what? This is where you have to start getting the individual numbers up for the Seawolves, because here we go. Rafferty with a pair, Oldmiller with 3, Allie Kennedy with 3 as well. But on the flip side, we go to Vermont and Stony Brook up in Catamount country in Burlington. And it's now 7-5 with 6:24, but that hasn't changed in a while. So Tom Horn, Dylan Palinetti picked up some goals for the Seawolves. They're still down 2, but go ahead.
So the top of the 5th is underway as Justin Dripich gets up to bat, and a swinging strike for the first pitch, and a hard hit ball to left field, and that'll be a hit for Dripich, and he rounds to second, and it is fielded by Yallen and thrown in, but no play at second. That's a standing sure double there, and another Extra base hit for the Bearcats.
And another solidly hit one too. That just went screaming down the left field line. 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 Down the left field.
As Kevin Giselle gets up to bat, the first baseman. And Turcotte is still out there on the mound, by the way. Just surrendered his 9th hit of the game.
And activity continues in the bullpen, no less.
And hits on an off-speed pitch. He hits Giselle on the torso.
And here comes the hook.
And that'll do it for Turcotte, it seems, as he leaves 2 men on. So he could be responsible for 7 earned runs today. Turcotte not with his best performance as he walks off, so we'll see who the Seawolves bring in.
He got hit hard and then lost control of a ball, and there was enough was enough. But, yeah, here in the top of the 5th, new pitcher coming in for the Stony Brook Seawolves. And, of course, we shall
looks like
get his number because my eyes aren't that good, 33.
Looks like the sophomore Josh O'Neill, the right-hand pitcher.
See if we can get some numbers on him.
From Nutley, New Jersey, nearby my hometown.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from a town called North Caldwell, not too far from Nutley. We actually played Josh in high school.
Isn't that in Monmouth County?
It's in Essex County.
Essex, okay.
Essex County. So Josh coming into pitch. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes in to close out these last few innings. He's a hard-throwing righty. Josh taking his warm-up pitches now on the mound.
Okay, give me the pitching here. Okay, O'Neill, he's got a 7 ERA, 4 appearances, 9 innings pitched, 8 hits, 7 runs, all those earned, 5 walks, 9 strikeouts, 229 average against. He's given up 3 doubles, too.
Yeah, so only his 5th appearance. So those numbers may not be super indicative of his ability as a pitcher. And he will be facing, to start off, the center fielder Shane Marshall, who has had a pretty good day today. He has a ground rule double and a ground out RBI, and those coming in the bottom of the 2nd and the bottom of the 3rd. And he has some chances for more RBIs right now.
Yeah, not a great situation for a reliever to come in, but that's what they're there for, to put the fire out. And he's got a raging one right now. He's got runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out.
Right. Now the men on base are, of course, responsible to Turcotte.
By the way, top of the hour, WSB Stony Brook at 90.1 FM, W297BM Stony Brook at 107.3.
As O'Neill is set to deal to Marshall, righty versus righty. And a hard fastball low. So the count 1-0. Man on 1st and 2nd, no one out. Let's get a triple play here.
Well, the infield drawn in, about as drawn in as field turf will allow.
And it is hard hit to second base. And that's a double play, unassisted by Brett Paulson. He gets the ground ball, runs to second base, steps on it, and throws to first base, Chris Hamilton. And that's just what the doctor ordered for the Seawolves. Great start for O'Neill and Stony Brook.
Durpich does advance, though. He's standing on 3rd, but with 2 out here, he only has to deal with the guy in front of him.
And now the catcher, Kevin Riley, comes up to bat, who's struck out and walked today. So with 2 outs and a man on 3rd, you just need to get an out here. As an off-speed pitch comes in, nice curveball, like a lot of movement there from Josh O'Neill. So that's a strike, 0-1 the count, 2 outs.
If he can throw that for strikes, he's going to have a very easy day.
Hard fastball, but outside. And if he can get out of this with no runs, that'd be a terrific end to this top of the 5th for the Seawolves.
If he does, I'll explain to people who are not looking at the line score the significance of it.
And another strike dropped in there from O'Neill, a little inside. He's helping those statistics from not the biggest sample size every single pitch here.
And that's what baseball's all about, big statistical samples.
As he sets the deal, and it is a curve just a little high. Doesn't drop enough to get into the zone. So the count 2-2. So Justin Drippich is on third, and he is the third baseman as O'Neill deals. And that is a strikeout. The curve gets down, and O'Neill set to face not an easy task. A man on first and second with no outs gets a double play and then a strikeout. And a really, really solid work from Josh O'Neill. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the top of the sixth as well as we go to the bottom of the fifth and see if the Seawolves can get something going once again on offense.
5-0, Binghamton with the lead, though. But the significance of that fifth inning, first goose egg of the day after the first. So Binghamton put runs up in the second, third, and fourth, and with that the threat, 2 men on, nobody out, he gets out of the jam, and that's huge. That could be a turning point because the Seawolves, although the bottom half of the order has had its issues, the top half can score runs by the barrel, and you got LaRocca, Paulson, and Luthner up coming up here in the fifth.
And LaRocca, the Seawolves, of course, have not scored yet today. He's actually the only player for the Seawolves who've even made it to third base today. So LaRocca comes up to bat lefty versus lefty here, as Babalis is still in the game, of course, as he's pitched a gem up to this point.
Lacks time, so at the half, the women are leading 11-3 over UMBC, and gotta have a more recent score here for the men because I see it's been holding at 6:24 in the second for a while now. I'm just wondering if they're having some tech issues because they should be. It's 7-5 in favor of Vermont late in the second quarter, according to our latest scores. And what we're going to try here is get you something more to work with. But Vermont ahead so far as we know. They're maybe having some problems up there. Okay, so they're at halftime. And it's 8-7.
As Babalis throws the ball outside to the lefty LaRocca. LaRocca batting .297 on the year coming into today.
But the Seawolves actually tied.
And a strike on a similar pitch. Still outside, but LaRocca chases 1-1 the count.
Dylan Palinetti actually tied it. There 3:38 left in the second, and then Griffin Fenich put Vermont up one.
Outside once again, as it seems like Babalis is trying to pitch away from LaRocca. LaRocca only his second at bat of the day here in the top of the fifth. His first, of course, was a triple.
Correction, Palinetti on the assist, McCannell on the goal.
He hits a hard hit ball to first base, but bobbled and not been able to play well from the first baseman for Binghamton.
Hard smash right to the first baseman and went off his glove, and they're going to score an error.
They scored an error on Kevin Giselle, the first baseman. So not another hit for Babalis to the Seawolves, but LaRocca will take it any way he can get on. And man on first right now for Brett Paulson. So no one out. And lefty to righty here, as Paulson takes a strike low. Paulson, the second baseman, he struck out in the bottom of the second. He's batting .267 on the year with 2 doubles. As he hits a hard ball to shortstop, thrown to second, thrown to first. And that is not what the Seawolves needed. That is a double play for the Bearcats.
6-4-3.
And that's the third double play the Bearcats have gotten against the Seawolves. Finally, a normal 6-4-3 double play, as the first 2 were on base running errors. And now up Stanton Luthner with 2 outs, no one on. as Babalis is dealing a quick game here.
Favors him.
And he takes a strike.
Not letting the hitters get settled and dictating the tempo. They're reacting to him instead of him reacting to them.
I believe, if I'm correct here, that Babalis has only pitched 2 above the minimum so far today, which is very impressive.
I mean, just take a look at your
And
scorecard.
thrown to third, Drarich throws to first, Giselle catches, and not a 1-2-3 inning, but he gets it out with the minimum and 3 batters.
Still 3 up, 3 down with an error. But
And we head to the top of the 6th. No runs scored for either team in the 5th. It's still 5-0. 9 hits for the Bearcats, 2 for the Seawolves, 1 error for Binghamton, no for Stony Brook, as Josh O'Neill goes out to pitch and see if he can continue where he left off.
O'Neill coming up huge there. Just keeping a lid on things. I mean, a 5-run lead is still sizable, but a 7-run lead is even bigger, and that could have easily blossomed into something like that. But the other thing about it is that on a doubleheader, and also remember you got to play 2 more tomorrow. So that's very important for your bullpen and your starters to eat up innings and not overextend yourself. And especially in playoff time. And they're going to be creeping up on you sooner than you think. Speaking of which, creeping up, you got 11:04 left in the third quarter, for the men's lacrosse team. Still 8-7 in favor of the Vermont Catamounts. So Catamounts really dictating the tempo because the Seawolves like to score goals by the barrel, just like the women. And they're starting the second half right now up 11-3 on UMBC.
As O'Neill deals to the shortstop, Jake Evans, and he takes a fastball low. Jake Evans has grounded out twice, one of them with an RBI. That was in the top of the second. So 1-0 the count. And a curve low, 2-0. Evans is batting .218 on the year. Has a fastball low once again. So 3 low pitches for O'Neill.
That actually
3-0
dropped,
count.
dropped a little bit because even though he had an RBI on the ground out, still a ground out. And also, fielder's choice ended the second inning.
Strike down the middle. So no green light for Evans, as he probably shouldn't up 5 runs here in the top of the 6th, 3-1. And a swinging strike. So we got a full count here.
That's one thing Turcotte had trouble with. When he got to 3-0, it usually meant ball 4.
And O'Neill throws to Evans, and Evans hits a hard ground ball but out of play to Chris Hamilton on the first baseline. So in the top of the 5th, O'Neill got 3 outs in 2 batters. Let's see if he can keep that up as he pitches. And a hard ground ball to short. Thrown to first. Chris Hamilton catches. And Jake Evans is retired on a ground out once again. As the 9-hitter comes up to bat, Kevin Tully, who's popped up and struck out today, the lefty. He is the DH. And a bunt, but it is foul out of play.
Several Binghamton players have done that.
Yeah, it
With
is
nobody
interesting.
on squaring up to bunt on the first pitch, and I'd love to find out why.
Especially up 5 runs in the top of the 6th of a 7-inning game. So that was a ball. So the count 1-1.
It's like, what are they trying to do? Drag bunt their way on base? I'm not following this.
And a fastball hit back towards us. So out of play, count 1-2.
Bounced up onto the screen.
It's especially interesting because these Bearcats have been hitting the ball well enough without bunting. They don't need to do this today.
9 hits on the day.
And a ball just outside that looked like a strike from another fastball with O'Neill. O'Neill is a hard-throwing righty. Count 2-2. 1 out here. And once again, just outside. So we got another full count here at Joe Nathan Field on a beautiful Saturday doubleheader. This is the first of 2 games. O'Neill with the payoff pitch, and it is up until he gets on base with a walk.
Number 2, Tommy Reitler.
And the leadoff hitter, Tommy Reitler, gets up to bat. He hit a monster shot to right field in the top of the 4th, which was a solo home run. He also had a single and scored a run in the top of the 3rd. So a real productive day for the leadoff hitter, batting over 300 on the year. It's an off-speed pitch is a little high for O'Neill, so 1-0 the count.
But that's the hazard of walking the number 9 hitter, because you go back to the top of the order and you have a guy who's 2 for 3 and scored 2 runs and a home run.
And running as Tuchillo throws down, but throws a little too high, so Tully steals a base.
Well, I'll tell you something, what a save by Luthner. He goes, it had to be about 3 feet in the air to keep that ball from going into center field.
Yeah, nice catch. I'm not sure if Tully gets the 3rd, if that gets by him, but either way, acrobatic catch from the shortstop, Luthner. So now a man in scoring position for the Bearcats' most dangerous hitter.
I'll tell you something, with that vertical leap, Gino Ford might be looking to sign him up.
And a bunt, but it's out of play once again. And the Bearcats, that may be the 5th or 6th bunt attempt. None of them have worked. And for a hitter as solid as Reitler is, it is interesting to see. So the count now 1-2. Luthner holding on to Tully. And time is called. O'Neill deals. And it is a swinging strike. He gets Reitler with a strikeout. And that's 2 down. And Daniel Frank gets up to bat, who's had an RBI triple, a strikeout, and a pop-out today. And a curveball gets in there. Starts out and gets in. Seawolves defense playing pretty much exactly straight up here, as the ball is a little down with a fastball.
And the runner on second taking a huge lead, Tully. But with 2 outs, got to deal with the guy in front of you. Don't worry about picking somebody off at second base. Especially if you throw the ball away. That'd be really tragic.
Strike with another off-speed pitch. And O'Neill is impressed with these off-speed pitches today.
But most importantly, holding the score where it is at 5-0.
And he deals, and it is hit softly to third. Giordano over to Hamilton. And it's a close play, but he is out at first, Daniel Frankie. And O'Neill with another quick, easy 3 outs. So he gets 6 outs in 6 batters since he's come into the game. So really solid job by Josh O'Neill, the sophomore.
I'll tell you what, makes you wonder, maybe get him in a little earlier. But, okay, let's concentrate on lacrosse here. Get the update in. We've got 28:57 left in the second half over at Laval. And the women are leading UMBC by a score of 12-3. They're comfortably in control there. Now, where it gets tricky is with the men up in Vermont, and they have tied it. And sure enough, now Dylan Pellinetti comes up with a big goal. I've been saying this for the past couple of weeks, particularly in the UMBC matchup where they dictated the tempo all day long, that Pallinetti's been playing unselfish lately. I mean, they scored 22 goals on Binghamton. He scores one of them. Gets a couple of assists, don't get me wrong, but the whole point is that he's the best overall player, one-on-one player the Seawolves have. And there are times like this where you got to go with the most skilled player on the field. And Pallinetti can't actually afford to be unselfish. He's got to take matters into his own hands. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of other players the Seawolves have that can do that too, but Pallinetti's even better than they are. So Pallinetti is the guy, and he's going to figure if the Seawolves win this game and the Seawolves go far in the tournament, a lot's going to be riding on him. Now, of course, Anthony Gallardi will definitely refute me on that. Says I got plenty of options out there on the field, and I keep saying Pallinetti is going to be carrying this team.
As Cole Durkin comes up to bat and takes a ball outside. And Matt, I completely agree with you. I think sometimes when you're the best player in a team sport like lacrosse, being selfish is the most unselfish thing you could do. As another ball outside, count 2-0 to Durkin. Lefty versus lefty here. And he deals outside again, so 3-0 the count. I believe this is the first 3-0 Campobellis has had to deal with all of today. He's just been throwing strike after strike. As there's a strike, so 3-1 the count.
On the flip side, there is a guy in Vermont that they depend on, David Klosterman. He just put him up 9-8.
Outside, and Durkin works a walk to start off the bottom of the sixth.
But again, we'll talk about this tomorrow night on the sports section. We'll be bringing you, of course, the second game of this game, this doubleheader, and there'll be about 20, 30 minutes in between, so we'll send it back to the studios for that. But we'll also be bringing you 2 games tomorrow and the sports section. We're going to be pretty busy this weekend.
Ball up as Yallen looks to bunt. Maybe advance the runner. So Yallen, this is only his second bat. He struck out in the bottom of the third. As a swinging strike just under it. And when you have 2 at-bats, and it's only the 6th inning, that's not a great sign. It means the pitcher's been doing really, really solid. That is popped up and right by the first baseman, and Giselle gets it about halfway down the line. So no threat to the Bearcat defense. That's 1 out. And once again, the Seawolves' most dangerous hitter comes up to bat, Evan Giordano.
And has not been very dangerous so far today.
No,
Pair of groundouts.
He is 0 for 2, and he's looking to change that with a man on first. And a swing of the bat makes it a 3-run game. So lefty to righty, and he throws outside. And I've been seeing this constant theme from the pitcher Babalis from Binghamton. He seems to love throwing outside to these Stony Brook hitters.
It's working.
He's not giving anything that easy to hit to the Stony Brook hitters. As that's a little high and outside, but swung on by Giordano. So
but the most
1-1.
important thing is that he's doing this lefty to righty, which is not that easy to do, staying outside on the right-handed hitters because the ball naturally comes in towards them.
And the pitch is low, so that'll be 2-1. And Giordano's a player who usually crushes lefty hitting. With 6 home runs on the year and an on-base percentage close to 500, you don't want your best hitter with those numbers going 0 for 3. So a big at-bat here as Babalis throws over to first. Just to check on Derek Yallen. strike on the outside corner, off-speed pitch. Starts out and comes in. 2-2 the count, with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Maybe a hit and run is in store here for the Seawolves. There's a pitch outside, and we have another full count. Seawolves maybe getting some patience here at the plate, working some full counts and some 3-ball counts.
Well, this late in the game, when your starter's still on the mound, you want to wear him out a little bit. And one thing we cannot see from our vantage point is the Binghamton bullpen at all, because the Binghamton dugout's in the way.
And the full count. The pitch is down, and it gets by the catcher, but it doesn't look like anyone will advance further than they normally would. So Giordano gets the first, and 2 consecutive walks for the Seawolves, and 2 men on. And
So this
Chris
is what I'm
Hamilton.
talking about. You work him a little bit, and starts missing the corners, and all of a sudden you may have a little rally going.
Seawolves are a bloop and a blast away from a 1-run game here on the bottom of the 6th, and with one of the best hitters the Seawolves have had in a long time, Hamilton hits it hard to second base, thrown to short, on to first, and that is the 4th double play of the day for the Bearcats. And Babelis once again works his magic to get out of trouble. And the 2 walks are stranded, no runs scored. So zeros across the board for the Seawolves through 6. And still only have 2 hits. And Hamilton hit that one hard, just unfortunate and unlucky. It was right to the second baseman.
And that's just the woes continue for the Seawolves. A 4-6-3 double play gets them out of the inning. Now, lacrosse update. Let's get between innings here and finish this one. Well, I'll start the second. So, right now, we're 2:29 left in the third, and the Seawolves finally put a pair of goals together, first time since the first half. Matt DeMeo and Chris Piquel put them up 10-9 on Vermont, and here's hoping they don't have to look back from there. 19:45 left in the second half over at Laval, however, and the women continue to romp. 15-4 is your score right now. And let's see who's Rafferty, 2 goals and an assist. Taryn Oldmiller, 7 goals and an assist. Allie Kennedy, 3 goals. I wonder if she's even out there right now, because you might as well rest the players. I mean, this game is utterly meaningless for the Seawolves other than to keep their winning streak going, because they already clinched the top seed in their previous game, so they're just tuning up. But, well, one particular player is doing a little bit more than that. As we said, Taryn Oldmiller just on fire. 7 goals and an assist, 8-point day so far, and there's still a lot of game left.
Wouldn't that be something if the Seawolves, the women's lacrosse team, can end up being the #1 team in the country?
They've already done it. The only problem is they were number 1 most of the year that year, and they wound up with a 5th seed in the tournament. And I was ranting.
That was
going crazy.
That was 2017?
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. But that was frustrating. But you got top of the 7th here, and take it.
All right, and O'Neill deals, and the first pitch is low, so the count 1-0. And the second is hit hard to short, thrown over to first. And Hamilton makes a really nice pick. And another out for O'Neill. And that was Alex Barada that was up to bat, the second baseman, who got out on a ground out.
I'll tell you something.
So 7 batters up, and he's gotten 7 outs, Josh O'Neill.
These are things that the coaching staff is looking at, because as we get closer to playoff time, they're going to know who to go to in tight situations.
And a strike down the middle for O'Neill.
He came, that's on Durpich, by the way.
Yep.
But who has 2 hits on the day, no less. And should have had third.
And a swinging strike there, 0-2 the count.
If not for a great catch made by LaRocca back in the first inning. But he came in the 5th inning with 2 men on and nobody out.
Yeah, this Binghamton offense has looked like a different team as soon as O'Neal came into the game. He's really impressed. Now, obviously, the way that this Binghamton offense has looked, as O'Neal deals low his ball, the way that this Binghamton offense has looked since O'Neal came in the game is the way the Seawolves offense has looked the whole game against Bevalis. So the count now 2-2 to the cleanup hitter, Justin Jurpich, the third baseman. And he hits a hard ball out of play to right field.
A little late on that, but count goes to 2-2. He has also not allowed a hit. He has walked one batter, and that's it.
And he got that one double play, so he's faced the minimum. Oh, and he is hit up high, Jurpich. O'Neal unfortunately throws a little in and high, and Jurpich gets hit.
I've been
close to
hit
the
there.
left
That
shoulder.
hurts.
Yeah, that is never fun.
Well, actually, I got hit on the shoulder blade. That really hurt. That hit bone. That was felt that for days.
But Jurpich takes it, doesn't seem too badly affected, gets to first. And Kevin Giselle, the first baseman, gets up. He actually got hit by a pitch last time he was up. And he had a double in the third and a single in the second. So he's gotten on base all 3 times. And a curve low and outside. And Giselle goes with the no batting gloves, and I love that look. I don't know about you, Matt. Just very old school.
You know, it reminds me of George Brett.
When I see that as O'Neal gets a curve inside for a strike, it reminds me of a player like an Evan Mattis or something.
Yeah, same idea.
It's like a big, burly, strong guy with no batting gloves.
Loves the feel of the hands on raw wood.
As O'Neal hits a hard ball to left field as Allen retrieves it off one bounce. And man on first and second now.
And right when I say wood, you hear the clink.
Yeah.
Stark reminder that they don't use wooden bats in college, folks.
So O'Neal gets into trouble. And
first hit he's allowed.
And now he's facing Shane Marshall, who is actually the player who grounded out into the double play last time O'Neal needed it with a man on first and second.
First batter he faced.
So O'Neal will see if he can replicate that. And the ball down, as the umpire says. And O'Neal with the pitch, and it is popped into right field, but kind of in no man's territory, and it drops. And the runners are held up, and they throw home, and that is a score for the Bearcats. Just an odd play as Justin Jurpich scores. He ran to third, and the right fielder for the Seawolves just held on to the ball just a little too long, Cole Durkin. And instead of throwing it to the cutoff man immediately, he saw that the players were holding. And as soon as the Bearcats saw that, Justin Jurpich took advantage of it. And that is a run scored for the Bearcats, 6-0. So a man on first and second. And the Seawolves have just been making some unfortunate plays as O'Neal and the catcher Tuchillo and the pitching coach seems to be talking it over. Still with one out. But either way, O'Neal has still looked really solid today. It's just unfortunate when a blooper to right field just drops between the right fielder and the first baseman, which would be
now, here's
Chris
the question.
Hamilton at first.
Does he get credit for an RBI there? Because the play was still alive.
Oh, I think that's an RBI,
yeah.
But it could be considered an error from Cole Durkin. It was just a weird play.
Well, it's definitely a mental mistake.
Because
no question about that.
Jurpich just stopped at third, and once he saw Durkin not throw the ball in right, he just ran to home. And it really wasn't even close at that point.
You see, the whole thing, physical versus mental errors. That was a mental error.
Correct. And they don't score an error, so it is going to be an RBI.
No, you really can't.
for Shane
because
Marshall.
he didn't make any fielding miscue. He just had a brain fart. That's what he had.
As Kevin Riley gets up to bat, still with one out and a man on first and second. This is the catcher.
However, the coaches do notice that, and he's going to hear about it.
Oh, Cole Durkin's going to hear about that for sure.
Yeah.
So Kevin Riley has struck out twice and walked once. And he takes a ball in the dirt, an off-speed pitch.
One thing they teach you at a very young age in the game of baseball is to think a play ahead and what you're going to do if the ball is hit to you. Always assess the situation.
Now, the Bearcats unequivocally have outplayed the Seawolves here today by any stretch of the imagination. And the score is 6-0, but this score could be a lot closer if it wasn't for these mistakes the Seawolves were making, both on the offensive and the defensive side of the ball.
But on the flip side, they've only had 2 hits all day, so 3-0, 6-0 hardly matters.
And a pop out, and it looks like it's going foul, but that is still in play. And Cole Durkin and Chris Hamilton still can't get to it, so that bounces out. And we got a full count.
I would call that kind of a dead spot, because if you're playing right field in your normal position and you got a ball, you better have some good hang time if you're going to get to that one.
So we got a full count here with a man on first and second. And Bearcats just looking for some extra insurance runs.
We already have one.
They already have 5. And it is hit hard to center field. And that should score another run as LaRocca throws the cutoff man Hamilton. It's not even caught by Hamilton. A run is scored, and another man advances to third. So we have a man on first and third, and the score is 7-0. So a hard hit single from Kevin Riley. He gets an RBI, and Kevin Giselle, the first baseman, scores, and Shane Marshall advances all the way to third because of the mishap from Chris Hamilton not being able to catch the ball as the cutoff man.
Now, there is activity going on in the Stony Brook bullpen, but
at this point,
you have to wonder at this point, just get out of the inning.
At this point, I'm wondering, is that just the starter for the next game for the Seawolves? Just getting up some pitches, because when it's 7-0, you just have O'Neill finish the game here every single time, you'd have to think.
Don't waste an arm.
Yeah. So the count is now 2-0. Sorry. Yeah, unless this gets extremely out of hand here in the top of the 7th.
Speaking of games getting out of hand, 16-4, the women lead over in Laval Stadium.
Another hard hit ball to the left fielder, Yallen, and a single and an RBI for Jake Evans as Shane Marshall scores. And the Binghamton Bearcats are pouring it on their New York State rival here.
So now he's got to bring in another arm, and he's probably not happy with this, but he's got to get out of the inning at some point.
And Josh O'Neill had such a promising start. Faced the first 7 batters, got 7 outs. And with 1 out here in the top of the 7th, he just gave up.
Hits Durpich and then gives up 4 straight singles.
Yeah.
So, 16:40 left in the second half, and the women in lacrosse leading UMBC 16-4. So they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now, really good news for you. The men are finally turning things around here. So you got 11:04 left in regulation up in Vermont, and the Seawolves are now up by a score of 12-10. As the way it looks right here is after David Klosterman made it 9-8, Matt DeMeo, Chris Piquel, and Dylan Palinetti again with a man-up goal put the Seawolves out in front. Now Liam Limoges actually answered, made it 11-10. Now it's 12-10 Connor Grippy, putting the Seawolves lead back up at 2. So, but here's the big thing. Now I got to go to AmericaEast.com and find out what the men are up to down in UMBC because, as the story goes, we have to. Okay, let me get that up here while the pitching change is being made. New pitcher, by the way, is.
It's Brendan Patterman coming in for Josh O'Neill. So Brendan Patterman is a freshman and a right-hand pitcher as he's getting his warm-up pitches in.
Okay, UMBC and NJIT, they are in action. They start at noon as well. And I'll have that for you in just a second. Forget it. That game's over. 14-6, UMBC stomps on NJIT. That was no surprise. So UMBC clinches the regular season. So this game actually, it does dictate seeding. So Seawolves hang on to win, they'll be the 2. But the tournament will take place at UMBC. So we're going to have the women's tournament here at Laval. And on the same day, you're going to have Thursday and Saturday are the semis and the final. And also, the men will be down at UMBC. Now, the big question as far as broadcasting is concerned is we hope the times don't conflict. They should. They should not.
So Brendan Patterman, the new pitcher in, the freshman, in the pitch against the 9th hitter, Kevin Tully. And it's at the point now where you just take any out you can get. Down 7-0 here in the 7th inning. 13 hits for the Bearcats. As that's should be 14, but it is stopped by Brett Paulson on a diving play. Throws it over to Chris Hamilton. Really solid start and play there from Paulson. So that's an out. So
Runners move up to second and third. They don't score.
Seawolves will take that trade any day.
But back to the top of the order we go.
So Tommy Reifler, who comes up, he struck out in his last at bat, but he hit a home run, had a single and scored earlier. Ooh, as Reifler hits a foul ball right off the catcher's mask to Chillo. So Patterman gets another strike. And another strike on the outside corner, looking. 0-2 the count. Just one strike away from the bottom of the 7th, where the Seawolves will look for a miracle. And it is hard hit to left field. Going back is Yallen, and it drops. And that is a ground rule double. That'll score 2 runs, and that is 2 more RBIs for Tommy Reifler. He is having a monster day. And the score now 9-0 with 14 hits for the Bearcats.
4 RBIs on the day for him.
Second ground rule double for the Bearcats. And Yallen just could not get to that one.
Speaking of go-to guys, David Klosterman just scored a pair of goals for Vermont, and it's tied. 8:40 remaining, 12-12.
So Daniel Frankie up to bat, and he pops it up right between third base and catcher. And Chris Hamilton, the first baseman, runs all the way over to the third baseline to make the play. And they get out of the top of the 7th with only 4 runs of damage. And the score is now 9-0 going into the bottom of the 7th. So the Seawolves will look to score 10 to win, or 9 to tie it up. Should be a little difficult. And I assume Bavalis will come out to finish the complete game.
It is a good question, though, because that was a long inning.
That was a long inning, but I think you're at the point now with the Bearcats and Bavalis is rolling. You just and he is coming out.
Yeah.
He will be throwing some more warm-up pitches now.
I think what he'll also be doing is throwing a lot of strikes. Here, hit it, here, hit it, here, hit it.
Exactly.
And let the fielders take care of business. 10-0 is the score. 5 runs did score, so they got that corrected.
They do correct it. So the Seawolves will look to score 10 to tie or 11 to win, make it just that much more challenging. And it's at the point where the Seawolves just want to get some positive momentum heading into Game 2 of the doubleheader. So after this bottom of the 7th, of course, unless there's a miracle,
Momentum
there will
is-
be around 30 minutes between the two games. And yeah, Matt, as I was saying, it's just momentum now. Just get something on the board, get a couple hits, do something, rattle the Bearcats a little bit, because this first game was about as one-sided of a baseball game as you could possibly get.
Or on the flip side, get through this as quickly as you can and then get back to business in the second game. I mean, you can make the argument either way, but that's the beauty of baseball. We can debate this all day long, and particularly on the sports section.
Shane Paradise, the DH, comes out to bat. He had a single last time up. One of the 2 hits for the Seawolves. And a strike from Babalis. Been saying that a lot today.
He's been brilliant, and 10-0, 1-0, it really doesn't matter. Seawolves have not been able to get to him.
And a swinging strike on a ball that would have been outside. Babalis has gotten Seawolves to chase a lot today.
Like Garrett Cole last night.
Yeah.
Yankees won that game 10-0. Didn't matter.
Dominant against
Detroit
the Detroit
couldn't touch 'em.
Tigers. And the ball up, 1-2 the count. And it is hit right back to Babalis. Hits the bottom of the glove. Ball goes back to the ground, but Babalis retrieves the ball, throws over to first Gazelle, and that is 1 out.
Little
2 to
things.
go.
And Babalis maintaining his composure there as the ball went off his glove. I got time. And better to not get him and not throw the ball away.
Mm-hmm.
Make a solid throw. If you get him, you get him. If you don't get him, it's a hit.
And Tachilla comes up to bat. Pops it out of play on the first base line. 0-1 the count. More and more people showing up as game 2 will get underway after this one. And Tachilla with a check swing but doesn't go, so 1-1. Just window dressing at this point. A curve gets in there, 1-2 the count.
Still throwing the breaking ball for strikes in the 7th inning, and he's having a good day.
If I were the Binghamton coach, I would say to keep a balance in for this game 2. And a pop out right to second base. That's out 2. The Seawolves have just been stifled from the lefty Babalis today.
LSU tried that on the Seawolves in 2012, much to their chagrin. Kevin Gausman, what happened was suspended game, so it was tied. So they brought their game 2 starter, Gausman, out to pitch the top of the inning, got the Seawolves goose egg. LSU pulls out game 1, ready to finish the Seawolves off with their best pitcher. Problem is, the Seawolves beat up on them in game 2 and then took game 3. Van Durken went all the way the next day.
And as we are speaking, the Seawolves put in a pitch hitter. So instead of John LaRocca, this is Matt Brown-Eyring, who is a freshman, a righty infielder. And the count now 2-0 to him. So the Seawolves putting in players that would normally not be getting that much playing time, but in a game like this, might as well get some experience. And a strike. Another off-speed pitch for Babalis. And another strike. Looked like the same thing, back-to-back pitches. 2-2 the count, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. And a ball just a little low. So the Seawolves still alive, still a possibility with 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 7th, down 10 to make a little comeback. And hard hit to third base, and it is caught by Drerich. on a nice hopping catch and a complete game 2-hitter shutout for Babalis, Thomas Babalis. He brings that 2.74 ERA down a lot today with 7 scoreless innings. Bearcats win 10-0, 14 hits to 2, 1 error to none, and that didn't seem to matter much as we are heading to game 2 of the doubleheader, which will start in around 30 minutes.
Before we do, though, I want to get you an update here on the lacrosse. We are at the 5:34 mark of the fourth quarter. It says fourth period on the stats. I'm just reading it. It's the fourth quarter. But David Klosterman erased the Seawolves 2-goal lead, so that's where we stand now at 12-12. Now, like I said, UMBC has clinched the regular season championship, so the tournament is going to be down there. Again, we don't have times yet, but the Seawolves will come out of this game either the 2 or the 3. But because the 2 and the 3 play each other, again, doesn't matter except you're in the middle of the game and you want to win it. So, regardless of where the Seawolves record stands there, that will be going down there. Now, on the flip side for the women, final, of course, I think there's some mass substitutions here because it ended up being 18-7 in favor of the Seawolves. So they continue to roll, and they will be hosting the America East Tournament at Laval Stadium. So the women will be playing at Laval, the men will be playing at UMBC. That we have established. So other things that we do need to keep in mind is the upcoming game. So we'll send it back to the studios of WUSB for about half an hour, and we will be back live with Game 2 of this matchup between Stony Brook University and Binghamton University, longtime rivals in the America East Conference. But the final score in Game 1, Binghamton 10, Stony Brook nothing. So we will have the 11-10 now Binghamton Bearcats and the now 20-12 Stony Brook Seawolves. But not a lot of changes here. Your number 1 hitter will be Tommy Reifler once again. And your number 2 in left field, bangs second and playing right field, Daniel Frankie. Your second baseman, Alex Barrato, will bat third. Justin Durpich at third base will bat cleanup again. Kevin Gasell at first base will be the 5-hitter. The 6-hitter, Shane Marshall in center. Kevin Riley will bat 7th and catch. Jake Evans will play short and bat 8th. And Zach Taylor will be your DH in Game 2 and bat 9th. Ryan Brigman is your starter for Binghamton. 4.75 ERA, 1-1, 6 starts, 19 earned runs, and no unearned runs, so they play solidly behind him. Strikeout to walk, 27 over 11, which is not bad. But the batting average against is 284, so the Seawolves might be able to get some hits off him. Now, on the Seawolves side, again, no surprises here. There are a couple of changes, but further down the lineup, Evan Giordano will lead off and play third base. Chris Hamilton right behind him at first. Shane Paradine will bat third and catch. John Tuchilla will DH, and that's normal. You don't want your catcher catching both ends of a doubleheader. So Paradine and Tuchilla will trade places. John LaRocca will play center and bat fifth. Evan Fox in left will bat sixth. Brett Paulson at second will bat seventh. Stanton Luthner at short, bat eighth, and Derek Yalon in right will bat ninth, and Jared Milch will be your starter. 2.44 ERA, 3-2 record, 8 appearances, 8 starts, 43 innings pitched, 38 hits, 18 runs, 15 of those earned, and a nice strikeout to walk ratio, 42 over 14, 230 batting average against. So that's where we stand right now, and we're still a ways away, but Heath, we're going to have a very interesting week here and a very interesting 3 more games left in this series because the Seawolves could barely manage 2 hits off Thomas Babalis in Game 1, losing that one 10-0. So they're a little due.
They sure are, Matt. They sure are, Matt. And even though coming into last game and even into this game, Stony Brook has a better record and a better conference record than Binghamton, even though Binghamton's only played conference games this year. Binghamton is surely better than the record states. Now, they're only one game above 500 after this past game that just occurred, the 7-inning.
Like I said,
doubleheader.
Here's the thing. If this were the opener of a tournament, and Binghamton pulls out a game like this,
That's
and
scary.
Stony Brook ends up in the loser bracket, that's scary.
For sure, and that's the thing with baseball is your pitcher determines how far you go a lot of the time. And as good as Thomas Babelis was, he could bring Binghamton as far as that left arm brings them, because he was just dominant. And now, obviously, coming into the second game, the pitcher for Binghamton is Ryan Brigman, whose numbers are not as good as Babelis. His ERA is essentially doubled, and he has an ERA of 4.75. So this Stony Brook lineup, where the top of the lineup is usually very solid, is going to look to come back and do a lot better than put up 2 hits and no runs on seven innings of play. So this will be a good one. Jared Milch, the lefty's on the mound for Stony Brook, who has some solid numbers. And more than not, it's pretty much the same lineups for both teams today. Weather is still gorgeous out here in Suffolk County at Joe Nathan Field. It's gotten a little warmer since the start of Game 1, a little windier, and we're ready for Game 2 to start. Should start within 5 minutes or so, as there's usually around a 30-minute delay between the two games in these doubleheaders that we've been oh so accustomed to this year. So it should be a good one. This one's supposed to go 9, as these doubleheaders do. Usually the first one's 7 and the second one 9. So maybe Milch can't go the full, and we assume we will not be seeing Josh O'Neill, the righty reliever, in this one. So should be a good one. Stony Brook is once again the home team. And Binghamton, coming off a split 4-game series with UMBC in baseball, where they won 2 and lost 2, just utterly dominated the Seawolves in Game 1 in a surprising fashion, too.
Well, I'll tell you this. When you get that kind of pitching performance, you're going to look that way.
They also put up 10 runs, though. I'm not sure what was more impressive, the hitting or the pitching.
Well, Turcotte, he was up all day long. And that really, I think, first of all, threw him off his game. There's no doubt about that. But Binghamton, they've got, well, look, the overall record, Stony Brook against Binghamton, favors Stony Brook. But Binghamton has snuck up on them every now and then and given Stony Brook a surprise. And today, they certainly did that. You know, you cannot take them for granted. Just like the men's lacrosse team can't take Vermont for granted. Definitely not UMBC, because UMBC, they were favored to finish first in the conference, and they did not. They ended up in third. So, and they lost 2 big games. They lost the 2 games they needed to win to lock it down. They lost in overtime, and they lost by 1 goal at the buzzer. So,
thankfully, their season's not over, though.
But far from it. Again, if you're going to lose in the regular season, don't lose a game like that in the playoffs.
Correct. And obviously they'd like to be home, but it's not the end, you know. There could be worse things. So we know that the Stony Brook lacrosse team has enough talent to beat anyone in their conference, at least. So, and if we talk about the women, they have enough talent to beat anyone in the country.
I'll tell you what, though. After that Binghamton win, 22-8, I thought for sure that the Seawolves were hitting their stride. I think everybody else was too. I thought that was kind of a statement game. Of course, coaches hate that term for that reason. Because here you go, you think you made a statement game, and he'll drop the last 2 each by a goal.
Right. Well, coaches, the old motto is they just go one game by a time.
Oh, yeah.
So
the old saw.
And that's what the Seawolves baseball team is going to be thinking right now, because they're going to try to put that 10-0 slaughter behind them and go into this second game. Forget about it. Just go one game at a time and hope Jared Milch could produce better numbers than the pitching staff of the Seawolves did last game.
So, still got some time, but the Seawolves are ready to take the field. They're just waiting for the signal to go live.
As the umps are walking out now, so we should get going underway pretty soon. Managers just exchanging lineups. Just standard formal trees here at Joe Nathan Field.
Yeah, Coach Matt Sank and Tim Sinicki of Binghamton.
So as Matt was saying earlier, there are a few changes in the lineups between Game 2 and Game 1, but some of them for Stony Brook are Tuchillo and Paradine have switched places, as Tuchillo's now the DH and Paradine's going to be catching.
Now these two guys, the coaches, Sinicki and Sank, Sinicki's got 29 years in and Sank's been there for 30. So both longtime coaches, and both carried their programs from 3 to 2 to 1 as they made their progress to become Division I programs, because Binghamton and Stony Brook joined the America East at the same time, and also Albany. So Buffalo went D1 10 years before the other three SUNY centers did, but did for many of the same reasons. And yes, the other three schools cited Buffalo's example as reason to do so as the Seawolves take the field.
That's pretty unbelievable. I'm sure these coaches know each other very well. These managers know each other very well.
Oh, they do.
And as I was saying earlier, the only other change is Evan Fox, the left fielder and freshman, is going to get some time in Game 2 as he did not start in Game 1.
One thing interesting about Binghamton, as we said, it's common practice for the Seawolves to switch catchers in a doubleheader. Not the case with Kevin Riley. He's catching both ends of this doubleheader for the Binghamton Bearcats. Milch is a lefty, tall guy.
That's what you want to see out of a pitching prospect, a tall lefty, long arms. He's been solid this year. 2.44 ERA, 3-2. This will be his ninth game started. Then 43 innings pitched. He has 42 strikeouts and only 14 walks, so pretty darn solid for Stony Brook's number 2.
As we get the lineup set and people just throw the balls around, and at some point they're going to come in, and we will get underway here in Game 2 between the Stony Brook Seawolves and Binghamton Bearcats. The second of 4, because they'll play 2 more tomorrow. Same time, 11:45 here in WUSB, live from Joe Nathan Field. And we'll have a lot to talk about on the sports section tomorrow night, 10 p.m. to midnight, as we reset. Baseball's still in the regular season. They're still weeks away from their tournament, but lacrosse, do or die, starting this week. So, Milch is ready to go. Umpire signaling live action. Rifler is dug in. And here is the first pitch. Down and away, ball 1. The lefty to the righty. Lefty to the lefty, correction. Lefty to the lefty. So the ball is going to naturally veer away. The 1-0. Missed the corner again. 2 balls and no strikes.
So coming into Game 1, Reitler was batting .307. He's now batting .333 on the year, so that tells you what type of Game 1 he had.
2-0. That one caught the corner. Came up a little bit there. 2 balls and a strike. Top of the first inning, just underway. Binghamton, Stony Brook Game 2. Binghamton won the first one 10-0. 2-1 on the way. Curveball got over. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Getting out of this first inning with a 0 just do so much for the psyche of the Seawolves team.
2-2, high fly ball, right center field. LaRocca coming in, has to dive for it, but makes the catch. LaRocca sliding on his knees to cover the ground, but that could have easily dropped in for a hit. Instead, one away and put another star next to that 8 there on the play. So Rifler is out. And put a star there, so that'll bring up Frankie. Squares up to bunt on the first pitch again, takes a strike. Why?
That's the 4th time Frankie's done that today. Fourth
Why does he
time.
do that with nobody on base? Well, only 3 stolen bases on 3 attempts, so it's not necessarily for speed. Ground ball to short. And easy play. 2 away as Luthner fielded that one cleanly. He was hit right at him. That will bring up Alex Barada. His average now at 224. Barada had an RBI double back in game 1. Also walked. Went 1 for 3. Takes strike 1. The righty against the lefty here. 2 out, nobody on. 0-1 on the way. High and away, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 out, nobody on, as I said. And that one, he comes in on it and just misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. I was waiting for that right hand to go up, did not. Barada jumped away. I've seen weirder things. 2-1 on the way. That one hit solidly, line to left, but right at the left fielder, Fox. And a 1-2-3 inning for Milch here in the first. So, half inning in the books. Binghamton nothing. Stony Brook coming to bat on longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB. And unfortunately, with all the games in the books, I don't have any more scores for you. But, actually, you know what? Just because the Seawolves, this is the only Seawolves team in action, that doesn't mean that other teams aren't in action. Let's see what baseball's got going in the America East Conference. Okay. So, Maine and Albany. First of all, Hartford beat UMass Lowell 8-2 in their first game. Okay, NJIT and UMBC are playing. Maine and Albany are playing. Have that for you in a second or two. But we also are going to get our first look at Ryan Brigman. He's a right-handed hitter, another tall, lanky guy with, his Thor hair.
He does.
Noah Syndergaard. Well, hey, DeGrom used to have hair like that.
Correct.
Until he had his hair cut like a Yankee.
And if we're going to speak about DeGrom, he is just insane. I mean, watching him, it's like unreal how good this guy is.
Oh, I actually covered his last game, and here's the thing. They put up a graphic, and I love reading these things, especially when I'm live on the air. I have the TV monitor on, and his speed has increased over the years, every single year.
Yeah, I was watching the SNY broadcast of DeGrom's last start, and it was crazy. He started out at like 94, and then it was like 96, then 97, 99, 100. He's insane.
This is the difference between baseball today and baseball in the past. It was feast or famine, okay? You either threw hard without precision or threw relatively soft with precision. This guy throws hard with precision.
And movement.
Yeah, it's amazing. And watch in amazement whenever he comes up. Giordano swings and fouls a ball off the screen. Giordano had a rough time against Babalos in the first game.
Well, who didn't?
But this time, solid single to right field. And Giordano is on to lead off here in the first inning. So jumps on the second pitch, and here we go. Hamilton right behind him. As we keep saying, when you only manage 2 hits on the day, I don't have to tell you who pulled the offers. So first pitch to Hamilton will be from the stretch with the runner on first. Righty to the lefty. And he takes away for ball one. Right now, Jordan taking a small lead, but throw to first will make him dive back.
Looks like the Bearcats are making that a concerted effort as they throw back again, and Giarda gets back in time. Every single time someone's gotten on base, which has been not a lot, they throw over to first.
He has 7 stolen bases, has been caught twice. 1-0 on the way. That's ball 2. Swing and a miss, and a high one there. 2 balls and 1 strike.
It says 2-2, but I was with you, Matt. I thought it was 2-1.
It started 0-1, so the correct count, and the umpire put up 2-1.
Okay.
And what he says goes. Throw to first once again, and
He keeps putting up the 2-1.
being the leadoff hitter, he is a threat to steal, but everybody on the team is, because the Seawolves use skill to steal bases, not necessarily speed. 2-1 on the way. That's in there. Looked a little low, but counts at 2-2. Still glancing over to first base. Coming plateward on the 2-2. High. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And I'll say it over and over again. Concentrating on the runner at this stage takes your concentration away. Now you got to really look at the plate and not pay attention to the runner. Good opportunity for the runner to go. 3-2 on the way, and the runner is going. It's going to be a line drive, dropping into center field for a base hit. But throw over to second as Giordano actually overran the bag, but was able to get back in time. So runners on first and second and nobody out, and 2 hits already on the board for the Seawolves before recording it out.
And the hit and run works well, but Giordano's speed did not allow him to get to third, and he turned the base and quickly realized he needs to get back.
Well, the other thing is the ball got out to center field too quickly.
Yeah.
If it were to the right side, he would have gone to third easy. So Paradigm, catching in the second game, DH in the first now. Second baseman leaning towards second base, and the first pitch from the righty to the righty down at the ankles. 1 ball, no strikes. Both runners taking leads. Now, he will glance back at second base, but come to the plate, and this one fouled up over the screen and even beyond the press box, and could actually land the softball field. That has happened. University Field is directly behind us. And, of course, when we're doing softball, Joe Nathan Field is behind us. Got to talk about them in a little bit, too. Let's see what they're up to. Because they're having a great year, too. 1-1 on the way. Oh, that could have been interpreted as a balk, but his foot was still on the rubber as he lifted his left foot as if to pitch and then turn around towards second base. One. This one, a bouncer over to short. They'll get the first one second, and no throw to first as Giordano advances to third. Hamilton is erased, and Paradigm gets on a fielder's choice. So 6-4 on the fielder's choice, knocking out Hamilton, but You got runners on first and third now with one man out. And that will bring up John Ticillo, who's DHing in the second game. Caught the first. Two hits on the board, two men on. One man out here in the bottom of the first inning. No score. Throw over to first. And Paradine gets back. Giordano standing on third. Paradine taking lead off first. And the throw over at first again. Now, if this were a traditional dirt field, these guys' uniforms would be pretty dirty by now. Instead, it's field turf, and the ground-up tires get in your shirt, and that's not very comfortable either. Another throw over to first. But how much you want to bet the next pitch is not going to be a strike when he comes to the plate? I'm sure there are Vegas odds on this. I could be wrong. Nope, I was right. High, ball one. Hearing talk coming from the dugouts. 1-0 on the way. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. And you hear the noise coming from the stands, which is a pleasure considering how relatively quiet it was earlier in the year. We do have a crowd here today. Throw over to first again. A lot more pitches going to first base than to the plate here. And they don't count in the pitcher's pitch count either.
They're not. And this pitcher works a lot slower than the old Binghamton pitcher from game 1, Bavalis.
Well, Bavalis was dominant. Okay, that one's going to be a bouncer, and it's going to get through the left side for a base hit. That will bring in Giordano. Will advance Paradine to second. Ticillo with an RBI single. Sleevel's 1-0.
The center fielder, number 4, John LaRocca.
So Ticillo coming up with the big hit. Still only 1 out. And it doesn't have the out's not on the board, but there should be 1 out here. There was a fielder's choice. That does count as an out. But it's going to bring LaRocca up here. So it's going to be righty to the lefty. Runners on first and second. And that was close, but it's going to be ruled a ball as it just misses the outside corner. Runners not taking big leads here. And there's a fastball. That's going to be skied foul to the left side and into that no man's land on the left. And that ball's going to sit there. Somebody's going for it. It's actually Adam Rubin going for it. Is that it? Yeah. In any case. But under normal conditions, pre-pandemic conditions, we used to have a bunch of kids out there going for those balls, but 1-1 on the way. High and outside. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners get back to their bases. And that noise you hear is actually people banging on the aluminum stands. So 2-1 on the way. That one hit right in front of us, actually. Fouled back onto the screen. So we go to 2-2. 1 man out, 2 men on. We're in the bottom of the first. 1 run in for the Seawolves. In game 2, they take an early 1-0 lead. Looking to add to it right now with LaRocca digging in. John LaRocca, the center fielder, and a left-handed hitter. Righty to the lefty. Takes down and in, and actually the catcher Riley had to keep it in front of him. That skipped away. Would have been a second and third situation. Instead, the count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. And now you're going on anything.
And Brigman he really works so slow compared to these other pitchers in college baseball I usually see.
We used to call guys like that human rain delays. Steve Traxel, 3-2 on the way. That one line foul, little late on it, on the left side, over towards the Binghamton dugout.
I wonder if they'll ever implement a clock into the game
God,
in
I
college
hope not.
baseball.
I hope not. Some guys work slow, some guys work fast. What can I tell you? But Steve Traxel used to be called the human rain delay because, man, would he work slow. 3-2 on the way. This one, solid single to right field that's going to bounce almost to the wall. That will score a run, at least one, and one does come in. So Paradine comes in. Tuchillo goes to third. RBI single for LaRocca, and it's 2-0 Seawolves. And Tim Sinicki is going to talk to his pitcher because he still only has one out and has given up 4 hits and a fielder's choice. So everybody has made contact.
Yeah, it feels like Game 1 and Game 2 so far have just flipped. Because this is how Binghamton was playing against Stony Brook in Game 1 of this doubleheader.
So the next batter will be Evan Fox. He is a first-year player or a freshman, depending on which you prefer. 211 hitter. Has 8 RBIs, no home runs, but all you need is a hit to get a run in here with a runner on third. First and third is your situation, and still only one man out here in the bottom of the first. Pitching from the stretch, that one's going to be a bouncer over to short. They'll get the force and not get the double play. So give Fox a fielder's choice, and on that play, Tuchillo comes in to score, so make it 3-0 in favor of the Seawolves. LaRocca erased on the 6-4, but Fox picks up an RBI on the fielder's choice.
And it helped Fox that he hit a hard ground ball, but it bounced over the pitcher's mound as Brigman throws back to first and Fox gets back in time. It bounced over the pitcher's mound, which kind of slowed it down and allowed him to get to first and get that RBI. So now it's 3-0 Seawolves.
3 runs on 4 hits, still only one out for Paulson. Takes high, ball 1.
There's 2 outs.
Oh, that's right, on the fielder's choice, 2 outs. I was looking at the scoreboard again. They're a little slow on it, but that's okay. 2 outs. So another bouncer to short. This one they'll get the force, and that will end the inning. So Evans keeps busy. Fielder's choice ends the inning, but damage? How about 3 runs and 4 hits? No errors, and a man left. So at the end of 1 full inning of play, it is Stony Brook 3, Binghamton nothing. Now, see if Zach is back in the studio. He aired the women's lacrosse game at Laval Stadium. See what the story is. But if he's not ready, we'll just keep it here, and we'll catch him on the next one, because he's going to have updates from Major League Baseball, I am sure. And also softball. See what they've been up to over this weekend, because they are in a bit of a race themselves in the America East Conference. Now, it's been a while since both softball and baseball have been at the top of their conference. I still remember way back in 2008 when both of them went to Arizona State for the NCAA tournament in successive weeks. And Jeff Bernstein flew out to cover the softball team 1 week, and then he came back. And then I went out to Arizona State to cover the baseball team. So we'll flip the card over. We'll go to the top of the second. And in Arizona's game notes, I repeat this over and over again, but there's actually a paragraph that said, "Where is Stony Brook?" 4 years later, everybody knew. So, your batter leading off the inning is going to be Justin Durpich, the third baseman, and takes a strike. Durpich, Cassell, and Marshall here in the second inning. Seawolves up 3-0. They scored all three in the bottom of the first. Next pitch misses. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Milch ready. Getting the signal and delivering on the windup. That's high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Remember, this is lefty to the righty here, but that ball way outside. 2-1 on the way. That one in there. High strike, right at the letters.
And Durpich did not like that call.
He thought it was a bit high, and it looked high, but you know what? Could go either way. 2-2. That one down towards the knees. Tried to vary things up a little bit, but instead the count goes to 3-2.
Well, watching Milch is refreshing for me. He works so fast.
3-2 pitch. This one a bouncer to short. Giordano across the diamond. He throws on a bounce. Nice dig, and they got him.
Chris Hamilton with a really solid scoop. These first basemen make that look so easy, and it is not.
Well, that's, they usually put people who are, back, especially in the pre-DH days or in the National League, put people who are relatively slow of foot at first base. But there are a lot of great first basemen out there. First pitch to Gazelle, swung on and missed. 0-1. And Hamilton is a solid first baseman. 0-1 on the way. This one skied foul to the right side into the trees, where the foul balls go to die because those woods are pretty thick. A lot of balls end up there.
Yeah, if you want a free baseball, come to the baseball field here and go
This
to the
one,
woods.
high fly ball, right center field. LaRocca going to the wall, and he's going to watch it go over the wall. Home run. And Kevin Gazelle puts Binghamton on the board. It's 3-1.
Skied to center right field. And Gazelle goes uppo field for a home run just over the fence. I thought LaRocca could have gotten that for a moment, but it kept going.
He thought so too. But the gaps here at Joe Nathan Field, even though there aren't markers indicating the distance, are very deep. So that's going to bring Marshall up. Shane Marshall.
Yeah, that was not a short
fielder.
home run. Going
First
to
pitch is a strike.
deep center right. What would you guess, man? 390?
Yeah, but 385, 390. They are deep. It's like, remember Shea Stadium? How deep the gaps are there?
Mm-hmm. The beginning of City before they moved it in.
0-1 on the way. That one, another high fly ball to right field. This one going towards the wall and can't get to it. So that's going to wind up a triple as he just keeps chugging along as Marshall slides in the third with a triple, and all of a sudden, 2 very hard hit balls off Milch.
And
as Yalon tried to went to the wall but could not find the handle, so that went off the wall. And again, good base running. You don't stop and see where the ball went. You keep on going until somebody tells you to stop.
And Milch, even though we got a 1-2-3 first inning, they were 3 hard hit balls in the first inning, and it same can be said here in the second.
Riley takes a breaking ball down on his feet for ball 1. Kevin Riley, the freshman, 214 hitter.
I'm sure his knees are a little tired after this, after the first game and second game.
You're catching 16 innings. Ground ball to second. Paulson will get it, but the run will score. So make it 3-2 on the 4-3 putout. But that counts as an RBI for Riley.
Milch really is pitching to contact today. All 7 batters have gotten out in play or a hit.
Well, the other problem, it's the same thing on the other side, too. Seawolves have been making contact as well. First pitch to Evans swung on and missed. Jake Evans, a junior, shortstop. Number 8 hitter in the lineup here. 2 men out, 0-1 on the way. That's in there for a strike, 0-2. So Milch, the victim of two very hard hit balls, and Marshall's triple allowed him to score on a ground out. 0-2, roller over to Giordano at third. He'll throw across the diamond, and he got him. So, 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. So we've got 1.5 in the books here at Joe Nathan Field. It is Stony Brook 3, Binghamton 2, and Zach, are you there? Okay, Zach's not there yet, but we'll be hearing from him, I'm sure, as the game progresses. So, we'll flip the card over. Matt Mankiewich and Heath Kalb here bring you all the action. Game 2 of this doubleheader on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Stony Brook, Long Island on the North Shore. Spring has sprung. You're seeing the green on the trees. A couple of weeks ago, you didn't even have that. The flowers in full bloom. And still a little bit of nippiness to the air here, but not a cloud in the sky. So, flipping the card over, you got the 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for the Seawolves. And those will be Stanton Luthner, Derek Yellon, and Evan Giordano back up to the top of the order. And they will face Ryan Brigman, who stays in the game. Now, here's another thing about Binghamton able to score those 2 runs after the Seawolves had a big inning. You don't have to equalize it. You just have to get one across, because it is the pitcher's job to make sure you get a goose egg after a big inning. And if you don't do that, you let the team come up for air. And that's what the Seawolves did here. That's what Milch did with the 2 hard hit balls. So, Luthner, ready to go. Average went down to 191. Takes ball 1. Now, the bottom of the Seawolves order is where they really want to get more production. As he swings and misses, 1 ball, 1 strike. Their pitching's pretty good. 1-1, just outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The problem is that when they've had their better years, they've gotten production top to bottom. The top of the order is fine. Next pitch in there for a strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The bottom of the order still needs some work. 2-2. Way high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now, the other thing you want to do, as we were saying, everybody in the first inning made contact. 3-2, contact on a foul ball. Count holds. Everybody put the ball in play. The outs came on fielders' choices. All 3. When does that happen? 3-2 on the way. That one fouled onto the screen.
Yeah, that actually is extremely rare.
So the count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes here. And this one, high fly ball, right center field. And under it and making the catch, Marshall, 1 away.
Nicely hit ball, though. It's just unlucky.
Too much hang time. A little bit lower, it might drop in. So, Derek Yallon, a 179 hitter. He's a sophomore right fielder, right-handed hitter. Takes strike 1. Now, Brigman, if he puts up a goose egg, that would be a big confidence boost for Binghamton as Yallon takes strike 2, 0-2. 1 man out, nobody on. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Seawolves lead 3-2. Foul back onto the screen, count holds. Just above the screen, I should say. 2:59 here on the East Coast, WSB Stony Brook. Matt Mankiewich and Heath Kalb bring you all the action between the Seawolves and the Bearcats. This one, hit hard. High fly ball down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's trouble, and boy, is it ever. It bounces off the wall, and Yallon is in with a stand-up double.
It must be the weather because these hitters are just crushing the ball today to all parts of the field.
But again, every single Seawolf, and we've gone 1 through 9 already, we go back to the top of the order for Giordano, has put the ball in play. No strikeouts, no walks, no nothing. All on contact.
And same for Binghamton, I believe.
Sent me a text of men's lacrosse's buzzer beater loss. It means it's on video. I don't want to watch it. Concentrate on this. First pitch to Giordano was cut on and missed. But we're going to be talking about it on the sports section, so I'm going to have to. But I'm going to be citing 2011 again, 10 years ago, America East Final, Ryan Compitello, Tom Compitello's brother, with a buzzer beater with 1 second left, knocking the Seawolves out of the NCAAs. Next pitch, high, ball one. Yes, I've told that story over and over again.
Just brutal.
But the 2011 team here with baseball, as I've been saying, it was actually probably better on paper than the 2012 team because we had Nick Tropiano. Tropiano got drafted, so he wasn't there in 2012, but 2012 went all the way, but 2011 couldn't get out of the America East tournament. And in those days, the tournament was held at the top seed, so it was here. Now, that could happen again. They've gone back to that. So if the Seawolves stay in first place for the rest of the season, the tournament will be here. 1-1 on the way. Runner taking the lead. That misses ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Runner on second. 1 man out. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Seawolves lead 3-2. Second baseman moving towards the bag, and so will Yalon safely. No throw, though. However, Brigman will glance over, and then this ball lined right up the middle for a base hit, and that will bring Yalon in easily. Going for second on the throw, and good base running there is Giordano. So an RBI single, second on the throw.
And not a smart play.
Will put the Seawolves up 4-2.
Not a smart play by the center fielder for Binghamton, Shane Marshall, throwing home because it allowed the Seawolf to advance to second base, allowed Giordano to advance to second base.
Yeah, but that if you're scoring at home, that is single second on the throw. That is not a double, even though he is standing on second base. But Yalon came in on that one, so the Seawolves get a run here in the second inning. And again, no goose egg after Binghamton comes up with 2 runs in the top half of the inning. And now the first pitch to Hamilton is skied foul, and Riley lost it in the sun. He had to go back, double back, and he fell, and so did the ball.
That was heading towards us for a second, I thought.
Well, if it had gone over the screen, it would have. It would have been, dropped right in front of us. But it stayed in play. But the sun, at noon, it's directly above your head. Okay, at 3 p.m., it's in your face. The 0-1. Breaking ball in the brown part of the turf. 1 ball, 1 strike. Glance to second, and a ball too high. That's the other thing. Keeps glancing to the runners, and every time he does it, he throws a ball.
Yeah.
I don't think he's thrown a strike yet after doing that. If he concentrates on the guy in front of him, he'll throw strikes. If he's worrying about the runners, it's going to be all over the place. Here's the 2-1. See if he does that again. This one fouled up over the screen. This one way over the screen and probably did land in the softball field. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But even that pitch was a little high. Waiting for the signal from Riley. Brigman ready to come to the plate here. Runner taking a short lead. He'll glance back, and here comes the 2-2. And that one, high fly ball to right field towards the wall, and it will be caught. And the runner will advance, tagging up and moving to third, Giordano. So even on the fly out, second out of the inning, Seawolves have an opportunity for Shane Paradine, who scored but did get on a fielder's choice. As we said, no strikeouts, every single Seawolf, every single at bat, including the guys who have had two, Giordano and Hamilton, have made contact.
No walks also.
No walks, no strikeouts. And in the first inning, every out was on a fielder's choice. First pitch high. 1 ball, no strikes. And 1-0. This one, that's hit hard. Line out of the left field fence. That is gone. That just took off. Paradine with a 2-run jack. And tack some more runs on for the Seawolves and make it a 6-2 game.
That was a shot to left field, and that got out of here quick. That was a line drive to go over the fence.
Number 45, John Tuccillo.
That ball was crushed.
Yeah, right off the bat, we knew that was gone.
So the breaking ball to Tuccillo, who already has an RBI single and scored a run, misses for ball 1. 2 out here. No runners on thanks to the bases clearing home run. Second pitch is high for ball 2. And the Seawolves have just teed off. And that's another one. High fly ball to left and long gone. This one not a line drive. That one was a 4-wood.
Back to back and belly to belly between the two Stony Brook catchers who switched spots between game 1 and game 2. And John Tuccillo hits one out to the exact same spot almost that Shane Paradine
but
did.
That one had a hell of a lot more hang time.
Fans on their feet, and the bench is having too good of a time.
You know,
Number 4,
as you know, golf clubs are numbered based on the loft, and that one had a lot of loft to it. LaRocca now.
What's the last time the Seawolves hit 3 home runs consecutively? It's got to be
They may never
years.
have
I'm not
done
sure
it.
they've ever done that. Yeah.
In
John
the-
LaRocca could
that
do
goes
it.
into the now I've seen everything category. I've seen it happen in a playoff game with the Yankees. Ground ball to second base, and that will do it. LaRocca grounds out to end the inning, and the damage. Okay. You got 4 runs on 2 home runs back-to-back by Paradine Tuccillo on, count the hits, 4 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. So you got 2 in the books. 7-2 in favor of the Stony Brook Seawolves over Binghamton, game 2. And Zach, how you doing over there? Okay, we don't hear Zach. So we continue on.
And with Zach not being there, I'd like to mention there has been 9 runs in 2 innings in this game and 10 in the last game. That's 19 runs in what would be a normal game. The offenses have been unbelievable recently, and it's not like at the beginning of the year when it's cold outside and the pitching dominates. Hitting has really woken up for these teams, especially Stony Brook after that first game, and they've exploded with 4 hits in both of the first 2 innings and 7 runs.
Well, good
And
pitching beats good hitting.
They're taking Brigman, to all parts of the field, and the last 2 hits were over the fence and left field.
But no doubt about either one.
No doubt.
They just rocketed off the bat. So flip the card over. 9 1-2 hitters for the Binghamton Bearcats. And Zach Taylor
who I believe is the name of the Bengals manager.
And also a former president of the United States. And a general
That's
of the
also
Mexican
true.
War. Old Rough and Ready, we'll call him.
Right.
Which was his nickname. But he takes ball one at his knees.
I think
from
it's
Milch.
a problem that I first assume of the coach of the Bengals and not a former U.S. president. But that was a few hundred years ago, so.
Well, about a century and a half.
Yeah.
Plus. 1849 to 1850 he served. Died in office. 1-1 suspiciously. Some people still believe to this day he was poisoned. But, so that's about 170 years ago. 1-2 on the way. This one fouled onto the screen and back. Just caught the top of it. Now the umpire puts it back in his pocket. 1-2. That in there for a strike. Fastball gets by Taylor, and the first strikeout of the game for either team. So back to the top of the order for Tommy Reifler, who had a pretty good day in game one. He homered, 2-run double, and a single and scored a run there too.
Yeah, that's enough
Takes ball
production
one.
for 2 games right there.
Yeah. But so far, he flied to center, and a good play by LaRocca brought the ball in as he takes ball 2. Binghamton teed off on Stony Brook in game 1, 10-0. And the next pitch catches the corner, 2-1. The outside corner on the left-handed hitter and the left-handed pitcher. Lefty to lefty again on the 2-1. Curveball got over. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice overhand curve there. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Seawolves. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for Binghamton. We're in the top of the third. Next pitch down the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch on the way. This one bounced foul towards the Seawolves dugout. By the way, we do have some news on men's lacrosse, but this is going to be a hard bouncer over to third. Giordano throws across the diamond, got him. So Reifler is down, 2 away. But the news is, according to Zach, he's having trouble getting in the studio, see if we can get him in somehow. But in any case, men's lacrosse plays Vermont at 4 at UMBC. Now, we have to find out when the women play. Hopefully, there'll be no conflict. First pitch to Frankie is down and in, ball 1. Frankie grounded to short his first time up. Daniel Frankie, the senior right fielder. Comes into this game with a 302 average. This one a roller to short and
Nice play from
nice
Stanton.
play.
Luthner.
Yes, Luthner got him.
Showing off the arm strength there. And that
1,
is
2, 3 inning.
not an easy play.
And there is your goose egg after a big inning. Nice 1, 2, 3 inning for Milch. Seawolves lead at 7-2. And like I said, even if Binghamton had eked out a run there, it would have changed the dynamic of the game. That's why it's so important. There are 2 things with a starting pitcher in particular, but pitchers in general. 4th outs on errors. How many times have fielders made errors with, say, 2 outs, and then all of a sudden the floodgates open?
Right. And something I like to mention is there are games where a 5-run difference feels like the game's over. Like, you could just chalk it up, the game's over, the pitching's too good.
Let's be
But we
fair,
just
it's
saw-
only a 3rd inning.
It is only 3rd inning, and this does not feel like one of those games. Binghamton's down 5, but it feels like they can come back any second now, especially scoring 10 in the last game and how dominant they were, and runs flying around like it's nothing.
But that's why that goose egg was so important, that 1, 2, 3 inning, because Milch gets his confidence back, returns to form. He got roughed up a little bit in the 2nd inning, And Seawolves bounce back with 4 in the bottom half, on especially 2 home runs, 2 hard-hit bombs. So it's going to be Fox, Paulson, and Luthner. Luthner with the quick hands, getting out of the inning previous. And now Fox with an RBI fielder's choice to his credit so far in this game. Righty to righty, low for ball 1.
So the Binghamton relief staff is fully good to go as Fox fouls went down the line, third base line, because they did not use one reliever in that game 1. So even if Brigman has to be pulled early, it's not the worst thing for the Bearcats.
Well, he's already given up 7 runs, and they haven't pulled him. Takes now the ball 3 high. No, 2-1. 2-1. Umpire corrects.
I would not be surprised if he gets pulled very soon.
2-1 on the way. That's in the dirt. Now you're 3-1. He walks this guy. That could be it. Foul back, 3-2. Fox digs in. Payoff pitch on the way. He bounces it towards the Binghamton dugout. Count holds. Binghamton dugout, of course, on the third base side. Seawolves traditionally on the first base. Wasn't always that way. 3-2 on the way. That one lined solidly to left field, down the line for a base hit and possibly more. He's turning on the Jets. He'll cruise into second with a stand-up double, and you got to wonder. Lead-off double. Already got 7 runs in.
9 hits.
9 hits.
A good amount of them being for extra bases.
So, again, we can't see the bullpen because the dugout is in our way. If we were further up in the stands, we could see it, but it's anybody's guess. We're going to have to wait for Tim Snicki to come out and make his move when that happens. But instead, he's going to pitch to Paulson, and the first pitch misses for ball 1.
And frustration is showing on Brigman's face here. He's a little upset that was not called a strike.
Thought for sure he had it, but nothing doing. He'll glance back at second, and this is where he gets let down because there you go. The next pitch is a ball. His concentration keeps getting broken by the runners on base. He can't do that. Got to deal with the guys in front of him.
He just seems to get behind in every count so far, too.
He really has. Dealing from the stretch 2-0, and this one lined through the left side for a base hit, and that will bring Fox to hold at third. Hit to the left side instead of the right. Paulson gets a hit, makes contact. He fielded choice first time up, but Paulson gets a single. Fox holds at third because, fortunately for Binghamton, Reifler in left field was able to get the ball back into the infield quickly. So they save a run there, but Luthner, who flied to center his first time up, has an opportunity to send it home with runners on first and third and nobody out. 2 leadoff hits here in the third inning. Seawolves lead 7-2 and looking to tack on some more. Throw over to first, and Paulson will dive back. Now, as far as stealing is concerned, Paulson, actually Fox is the lead base stealer for the Seawolves with 13. But Paulson 4 for 4 himself. Throw over to first, and Paulson dives back again. First and third, nobody out. And it'll stay that way as another throw to first. Makes Paulson dive. But he still has not thrown to Luthner. Righty to the righty here. Infield is up. And the first pitch is high. Ball 1.
Your theory holds true that every single time he focuses on the base runners, it's a ball in the next pitch.
concentrating too much on the guys he already put on and not dealing with the guy he can't put on. Next pitch is high for ball 2. He's been up all day long. Kind of like Turcotte was in the first game for the Seawolves.
This has been even more of a struggle for Brigman than it was for Turcotte.
Brent comes down and gets a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. Runners on first and third. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Stony Brook leads Binghamton 7-2 in the second game of the doubleheader here at Joe Nathan Field. Binghamton won the first game 10-0. Throw to first again. Far more throws to first than to the plate. So now he'll deal 2-1. This one, high fly ball, left field down the line.
That's
if it stays
gone.
fair, forget about it. It's gone. 3-run homer for Luthner. And tack on 3 more as the Seawolves have a 10-2 lead here in the third inning. All 3 homers for the Seawolves down that left field line. And we don't have a flag up. And we don't feel much of a win, but those balls are carrying.
They are, but I don't even think they needed wind. They didn't need help to get out.
They got crushed.
All 3 have just been crushed, from Paradigm to Chillo and now Luthner. And now it looks like Brigman and the catcher and the manager are having a little talk at the mound.
A little talk?
Yeah, well, 10 runs, 11 hits through 3 is not the best.
No, your ERA is going to skyrocket, and they leave them in.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? Well, they have 1 win in the books already. Okay, so the worst that's going to happen today is a split. They got 2 more tomorrow. That may be what they're thinking, that take 1 for the team, and we'll get them tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that'll bring Allen up, and he doubled his first time up and scored a run. Swings and misses at the first pitch, strike 1. But with nobody on, his concentration can be at the plate. Still nobody out, by the way. Next pitch misses, 1 ball, 1 strike. Because Fox led off with a double, Paulson followed with a single, and Fox held at third, and then Luthner homered. Bouncer to third, throw across the diamond, they got him. So Durpich does his job and gets an out on the board. And we go back to the top of the order for Evan Giordano, and he's been pretty busy today, too. He's 2 for 2. Scored a couple of runs and knocked 1 in.
Gets in a bat in all the first 3 innings.
And the first pitch, waist high for a strike. Oh, 1 on the way. Swings and misses at a ball down and in. 0-2. 10 runs, 11 hits, no errors to the Seawolves. 2-2-0 for Binghamton. Bottom of the third. 3 runs in already. Next pitch low for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 man out here, nobody on, thanks to the 3-run shot by Luthner. And Giordano flails at 1. Throw to first, and that will be out number 2. Chris Hamilton singled and fly to right. So a 2 out here. And remember, this is a 9-inning game, by the way. That's another reason why you want to conserve your bullpen. Breaking ball away on the left-handed hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch, this one bounced foul behind the plate. On deck hitter Paradine will throw it back in the dugout.
Well, if you're Jared Milch, you got to be thinking, this is a perfect day to get a win.
You got plenty of support. 10-2 is your score. Next pitch is in the dirt, 2-1. I keep calling it dirt, but it's brown field turf. 2-1 on the way. This one skied foul into the trees on the left side, so that had some distance to it. But again, You go get it. 2-2 on the way. This one's going to be a bouncer over to third. Durpich throwing across, and that will do it for the Seawolves here in the third inning. But more damage. 3-run homer by Stanton Luthner on 3 hits overall, no errors, and nobody left on base. So 3 in the books. Seawolves 10, Bearcats 2 on the long-time home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB. And Heath, you got the next 3.
I guess we do, and I guess Zach still hasn't been able to make it into the studio.
We got to do something about that.
So we'll keep it here for now.
Unfortunately, we're stuck here. We can't go over to get him in the door, but we got plenty to talk about, and we're going to have a lot more to talk about tomorrow night in the sports section. 10 p.m. to midnight, Long Island's longest-running call-in sports program, but during COVID, the callers have been the hosts, so we've been hosting it remotely. We'll probably change that soon, but lacrosse in the playoffs, and even though the Seawolves did not get the regular season title, they have to take on Vermont once again. They lost a buzzer beater game to them today and also lost in overtime to UMBC. So they're going to have their work cut out. They're talented enough, but you've had 2 instances where the last 2 teams on your schedule dictated the tempo of the game, and that's something they need to work on. And we'll be talking with Coach Anthony Galari during the week about that, I am sure. But, Heath, it's all yours.
All right, so now we're in the top of the 4th. Milch still on the mound as he deals first pitch popped up on the first baseline out of play to Alex Barada, the second baseman, who lined out in the top of the first. And lefty deals low, so the count 1-1. So lefty to righty here. Curveball drops in for a strike. 1-2. And a pitch inside, fastball just catches the inside of the strike zone. Barada not happy with it, but that's a strikeout for Milch. 1 down.
Second strikeout of the day, and both looking.
And ever since that tough top of the second for Milch, he has really settled down and got 4 quick outs. As Milch deals a strike to Justin Dripsch, the third baseman, the cleanup hitter for this Binghamton Bearcat team.
Kept him pretty busy at the hot corner on the defensive side.
Well, we've been calling his name a lot in the 7-inning game in the first 3 innings of this one. As he hits a shot to right field and it drops for a single. So a nice single there for Dripsch. He gets on to first, and Kevin Giselle, the first baseman who hit a shot of a home run in the top of the second to right center, gets up to bat. And I'll tell you, for an 8-run difference in a game right now where the Seals hold an 8-run lead as Milch throws an off-speed pitch that's inside for a ball, this 8 runs doesn't feel like 8 runs with the way this Binghamton Bearcats team has been playing.
Happened too early, that's what you're thinking.
Exactly. Give him too much time.
Kind of reminds me of those flawed Yankee teams in the 1980s. They'd pile up a bunch of runs early on, and then the pitching would fritter it away. But the Seawolves, Milch in particular, should be better than that.
And he gets a strike called on the corner there. Outside corner against the righty Giselle. So 2-1 with 1 out here in the top of the 4th. And that's another strike. Called strike. Fastball down and in. And a fastball down the middle is fouled back to the net. And Giselle stays alive, 2-2. And Giselle hits it hard to right field, very similar to the last hit by Dripsch. And that's 2 consecutive singles for the Bearcats. Man on first and second here with 1 out in the top of the 4th. And Milch is set to face Shane Marshall, who had a hard hit triple in the top of the 2nd following Giselle's home run.
So a couple of opposite field hits here. And again, when you have a big lead, an 8-run lead, what you're trying to do is get through the game quickly. So you're going to, again, here, hit it.
As Marshall hits a line drive out of play over the dugout of the Seawolves
Your
towards
approach
first base line.
is going to be a little bit different. You're going to throw more strikes, and you're going to challenge the hitters a little more because you have more margin for error.
And a ball down.
But on the other hand, again, after a big inning, you let these guys come up for air, and it's going to play like you're thinking.
And a hard hit ball to short, and they're going for the 6-4-3 double play. And Shane Marshall just gets to first in time. So a fielder's choice is what that'll be scored as Dripsch moves to third. So men at the corners with 2 outs now. So now we have 2 outs with the catcher Kevin Riley up to bat. He had a ground out, which was an RBI, which scored Marshall in the bottom of the 2nd.
Well, here's another thing, too, that this situation with 2 men out doesn't have to worry about the runners, and I don't see Milch throwing to first base anytime soon. He's going to deal with the guy in front of him.
Hard hit ball down the line, but just foul towards the third baseline. Yeah, there's one worry and one worry only for Milch, and that's just to get outs here.
Move the game along.
Even if there wasn't 2 outs, there's no chance this infield would be playing in right now.
And no messing around either. No walks, no...
Pitch inside a little, so 1-1 the count.
I remember, I think it was Bruce Sutter who once said, Hall of Famer, in situations, especially in closing situation, you're almost better off giving up a home run than walking a man.
Hard hit ball to second, and it is bobbled, and that scores a run. And Marshall gets all the way to third. And a big-time mistake for the Seawolves, as the score is now 10-3.
An unearned run, because that was clearly an error for Luthner. Luthner, it was a slow roller, and he was trying to get quickly to get the force, but he was a little bit too premature. He was ready to flip the ball before he had it.
So Dripsch is the one who scores. And now the shortstop Jake Evans comes up to bat with men at the corners once again.
So that
Still 2 outs.
That is a Seawolf error. Should be. Got the first pitch strike, though, Milch did. So see if he can get out of this little jam here with only 1 run.
And very soft hit ball, and Milch bobbles it, and it is picked up by the second baseman and thrown by Hamilton to first base. And so a run scores, and both men on base advance to second and third. And it is now 10-4. This game is not over.
Well, even more importantly, 2 straight errors. So now 3 errors now for the Seawolves. So they got another error over there. So 2 errors in the same play.
So that Shane Marshall is the one who scores. Riley goes to third. Evans goes to second. And Milch gets the error. And there's a meeting at the mound.
And this is actually not Coach Singh.
It's kind of hard to tell which manager this is with the mask.
Yeah, everybody's got masks on.
And they're all wearing the same sweatshirt and hat. But nevertheless, Zach Taylor As we alluded to, the player with the name of the former president and manager of the Cincinnati Bengals comes up to bat. He struck out in the top of the third, and he comes up here in the top of the fourth with 2 men in scoring position here. And as crazy as it is to say, we are a single away from a 4-run game. And the pitch is right outside, and that's 1-0.
Got him looking for last time up, so.
Down and in, so 2-0.
He's not going to get him looking on those pitches, though. There you go.
That's a strike down the middle, 2-1 the count. And with these errors, it's like Milch has to get a 6th out of the inning here.
Well, one of them was his.
One of them was his. He did his job up until the fact where he couldn't pick up the ball with his glove. Hard hit ball, and that should score at least one. But Binghamton holds up Jake Evans, but that is an RBI single for Zach Taylor. And that scores the catcher, Kevin Riley. And it's 10-5.
And now you have to start worrying whether or not you're letting these guys up for error. You got 3 runs in here in the top of the 4th inning. You got a lot more game left to play. And looking to that right field fence, I don't see a ball going back and forth. So Milch has to get out of this inning on his own. Burns one in there over a strike.
Rarely do you give up 5 hits and 5 runs in the first 4 innings, and you're up 5. Well, Milch has gotten lucky there, but...
Now he's got to bear down.
And it's a ball right over the head of the second baseman. That scores another run. So Binghamton is pouring it on now with 4 runs in the top of the 4th. And men at the corner, so an RBI single for Tommy Reitler. So he picks up right where he left off in the last game. And so Jake Evans was the player who scored on that one. Zach Taylor moves to third. So Reitler at first, Taylor at third. And Daniel Frankie comes up to bat.
And he is the 9th hitter in this inning. And 3 Seawolves errors.
And that ball from Reitler wasn't hit that hard, but just over the second baseman's head, Brett Paulson, and in front of the center fielder and right fielders. And so a strike comes in, so the count is 1-1. It's been 2 outs for what it feels like forever. This top of the 4th feels like forever. As Milch deals low and in the turf.
10-6 is your score. It was 10-2 to start this inning. 4 runs are in.
As I was saying, that 8-run lead didn't feel like much. And it has hit a dribbler about 3 feet in front of the plate. And Hamilton catches it. It's a tough play, actually, because Frankie ran into Hamilton.
Yeah, it nearly took Frankie's head off, actually.
Yeah, it did, but Hamilton's able to make the sure-handed catch. And so 4 runs in, makes it a 10-6 game. 3 errors, or 2 errors in that half inning there. Frankie grounds out. And we thought this was going to be a blowout, and it seems like it's more manageable for the Bearcats now as the Seawolves come back up to bat in the bottom of the 4th.
Here's the next question. Who's going to pitch on the Binghamton side? Because I do not see our starter, Brigman, coming out.
And Brigman is coming out.
He's coming out.
Brigman with the Thor hair flowing in the Long Island wind here.
I'll tell you something, though. It kind of makes sense. Well, first of all, he has not gotten a goose egg yet in this game.
He's due for an inning. He's due for at least one inning.
For an inning, because the Seawolves scored 3 in the first, 4 in the second, and 3 in the third.
And they had 4 hits in the first, 4 hits in the second, 3 hits in the third.
Yeah, so he's been getting knocked around a bit. But, again, what we were thinking when this was happening was that he was taking one for the team because mission somewhat accomplished today. They already took 1 game. So if one gets away, you're thinking, you're not necessarily looking sweep. But on the other hand, you also want to get some innings out of these guys because, you do have a bullpen and you do need to keep them fresh for tomorrow. And with these 4-game series, the coaches really have their work cut out trying to get the right combinations, number one, but also having people available for tomorrow.
And so Shane Paradine, whose last at-bat hit an absolute missile out to left field for a home run. He scored both times he comes up to plate. In the top of the first, he had a fielder's choice and eventually scored on John Tachillo's RBI single. As the count is now 1-1 after a foul ball towards the porta potties behind the Seawolves.
Being one of those, and you hear a ball boom, right on the roof.
Yeah,
it happens.
Be a little terrifying.
Doesn't happen to us because we're here during the game action, but
Paradine hits it hard to third base, but it is caught. Nice play by Dripsch.
So, he speared it, but timed it perfectly. But hard hit ball to left field again.
Yep, these hard hit balls are nothing new for the Seawolves in this game against Brigham. As John Tachillo comes up, and in his last at bat, he had a home run to left field.
Also an RBI single.
So as he takes
to
ball
left.
one outside and low.
So the righties are pulling the ball on him pretty easily.
That one's hit to short. Should be a routine ground out, as it is, and Tachillo is out. And could this be a scoreless half inning for the Seawolves? As John LaRocca, the center fielder, comes up to bat. He's had an RBI single and a ground out, which is a pretty subpar game compared to his teammates in this second game. So this is righty versus lefty here.
You go, Oppo.
And that's up the middle. That's another routine ground out from the shortstop. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for Brigham.
First one today for him.
And if Binghamton scores 5 runs here and Brigham gets another scoreless inning, he will give up 10 earned runs and be in line for a win, something I've never seen before in my life.
Well, it happens in places like Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Home of some pretty wild scores. But 10-6 is your score now as we completed the 4th inning. Now Milch coming back out because he got beat up pretty good.
He's still up 4 runs.
Yeah.
10-6 the score.
But again, because you have that margin, now here's the thing. How short is his leash? If he puts the first guy on, they pull him? If he put 2 guys on, they pull him? I do think if that happens, if he puts 2 guys on and nobody out, he's out of there. But on the flip side, as I keep saying, out in right field, what do I see? I see nothing. I'm talking about beyond the right field fence. I do see a couple of guys walking out towards there. That tells me that they may be ready to warm somebody up. But just in case. But in a situation like this, when you still have a fairly big lead, even though it is only the top of the 5th inning, you're depending on a guy like Milch to labor through it if he has to. Zach's here. He had fun calling the women's lacrosse game earlier today at Laval Stadium.
And now he's here to watch this offensive explosion from both teams here.
Taryn Oldmiller teeing off. Ali Katie having a good day too, but.
And Milch deals a ball down low to Alex Barada, the second baseman, who's lined out and struck out. And a strike down the middle. So the Bearcats have now played 11 innings and have scored 16. As that is popped out of play down the right field line. Count 1 and 2.
Now, the coaching staff can't be happy with that. The fact that the hitters have come through in the second game is nice.
Oh, and that is hit far to left field. It's still in play, and off the wall, and Fox retrieves it, and that is a double for Alex Barada. Tough play to make, and Fox picks it up, throws it into the cutoff man, and a leadoff double for the Binghamton Bearcats here.
And what were we saying again? How short is the leash? Gives up a leadoff double, a hard hit leadoff double, and now he's got a guy who's already has a hit to his credit and scored a run dirt pitch.
And ball high, so 1-0.
And also he's a right-handed hitter, so he can pull the ball too. And left field seems to be favoring the hitters today.
Foul ball back to the net. 1-1 the count.
The crowd's been steady. Been watching all day long. They're really enjoying it. This is good.
It's nice to see. Nice to see some normalcy. And another foul ball back. That's going towards the softball field. As Jerpich keeps hitting them, keeps getting the bat a little under the ball.
But most importantly, Milch is ahead on him, 1-2. Needs this out.
Little high. Looking for a strikeout there. 2-2 the count.
Not fooling anybody, though. Those high pitchers have not I haven't seen anybody take the bait on one.
Hard hit to second base, and Brett Paulson throws over to Hamilton, and that's one out. But the runner, Barada, advances to third. But Milch will take that as Giselle gets up to bat. He has a home run and a single so far. Not the guy you want to face. A hard hitting righty. Does not wear batting gloves and takes a ball down. 1-0 the count. If Milch gives up one run here, it's not the worst thing in the world. As a ground ball to short, to Luthner, over to Hamilton. Run scores, but Milch gets an out. Another productive at bat for Kevin Giselle as Shane Marshall gets up.
And a 10-7 game now.
As Shane Marshall gets up to bat, who's tripled and got a fielder's choice and then scored in the fourth. So no one on, and he hits a pop-up to center. Should be a routine play for LaRocca. And it is caught, and we're going to the bottom of the fifth. 10-7, so one run on one hit for the Binghamton Bearcats. And the scoreboard reads 7-10. 7 hits for the Bearcats, 11 for the Seawolves, 0 errors for Binghamton, and 3 for the Seawolves. It's 3:48 here at Joe Nathan Field on WUSB 90.1 FM, your longtime home for Stony Brook sports. And it's beautiful out here as Brigman comes out to pitch again.
One thing you got to be concerned with, believe it or not, is sunburn. Fortunately, we're covered head to toe. I mean, we have long sleeve, we have jackets on, stuff like that.
Trust me, I'm always worried about that.
But I have a hat on because you know where I learned that the hard way. Well, first of all, here, okay, you're especially when you're in the with the back rows where previously we've done games. You don't realize it because it's not particularly warm, but that sun is beating down on you, and you'll feel it later if you're not. You know, especially as we get closer to the next couple of weeks and the temperature goes up and we're in shirt sleeves, get your sunscreen out. And that goes for the fans as well.
Right. Well, SPF 70 is my best friend when it gets to this time of the year. Because, as you said, it's only like 60, 61 degrees right now. But if you were to look outside, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it could be 90 degrees because it's so sunny and beautiful out. Which actually makes for a very, very nice experience outside. Not too hot.
Well, it's a perfect spring day on May 1st here on the Stony Brook campus.
Evan Fox comes up to bat. He has a fielder's choice RBI in the first and a double, and then scored in the third. And that double was very hard hit. So he's had a very productive day after not playing in the first game.
But again, pulling the ball on Brigman. And Brigman, again, another instance of taking one for the team. He's still out there.
And the ball outside. And for a guy of short stature like Evan Fox, he has some power. And as I say that, he hits a hard pop-up, and then is gone. Evan Fox with a home run right on cue is what I was saying. And that is another home run to left field off Brigman, and Evan Fox rounds the bases. It is 11-7 Seawolves right over the left field fence. And Evan Fox is congratulated by his teammates as the siren sounds.
Another one that took off like a rocket. And remember, too, you get a high screen over in left field. So, but he gave that a ride, and there was no doubt about it. I mean, that had – the only problem is it took a while to get out there because of all the hang time. It was so high.
As Brett Paulson's up to bat, and he hits a shot to right center field. And that's going, and it's going, and it lands, and that's a sure double. And he's going 3 as the cutoff man throws the third, and Paulson slides in safely. And that is a triple for Brett Paulson following a home run for Fox. And this offense does not stop for the Seawolves.
But this one's to right center. And remember what I told you about the gaps. Even though there are no foot markers out there, I can tell you that the gaps are deep here. Now, nobody got to that ball. That dropped between two fielders. So what happened was Paulson knew if they don't get to the ball, he's got another base. So just turn on the jets and cruise into third.
And accordingly, Brigman has taken the ball out of his hands, and that's it for him.
Mercifully for him.
So he gives up 11 runs in 4 innings. And he has one man on base. That's his.
4+, but he faced 2 batters. And yeah, he's responsible for the runner on third.
And Binghamton brings in number 12, Dom Redato, a sophomore lefty. And so another lefty from Binghamton.
See if we get some numbers on him.
And so he's going to have to face no one out with a man on third. And so a tough performance from Brigman. Just didn't have his best stuff today. His ERA is going to skyrocket after this one. Okay. And so Dom Radata just getting some warm-up pitches in right now.
Stats. Okay, pitching. Okay, we find our man here. Number 12, Dom Dorado. He only has 2 1/3 innings, and he's only made 2 appearances. And the problem with that, he got beat up pretty good in those 2 1/3 innings because he gave up 7 earned runs, which makes his ERA 27 and his batting average against 615. So, again, another instance, you're down only 4 runs, but you got to get him some work somehow, and this is as good an opportunity as any. And, hey, every out he gets, that 27 goes down further. So, too small a statistical sample to see what he brings to the table here. He is a lefty, however.
And as we saw in the first game, the Seawolves really struggled against the lefty from Binghamton. And so after that triple from Paulson, we have Stanton Luthner up to bat, who in his last at bat had a 3-run home run. So it doesn't get any easier for Radata.
See if we can get some bio information on Dorado.
Good.
He's from Vestal. He's local. He's a sophomore, and he's from the Binghamton area, so he was probably watching these guys as a kid.
And good pitching is coming out of Premium today. As Luthner as the defense is in actually here. The 4-run game and no one out and a man on third. And Paulson.
Nice first pitch
strike.
That helps. But the infield drawn way in, even by Joe Nathan Field standards.
And a curve in the dirt. Or
as
in
we
the
say,
turf.
because of the field turf, infield in is usually almost at base depth because the ball comes to you faster, but these guys are almost in the green.
And that is off the end of the bat, foul ball. This dribbles back to the net. 1-2 the count.
They've got nobody out. That's another thing we got to remind people of because the home run and the triple led off the inning.
And it is fouled back on a fastball. So Luthner fouls that back to the net once again. Still 1-2.
11-7, wow.
Milch is in line for a win after giving up 7 runs in 5 innings.
But once we get past this 5th inning, you have to wonder if they're going to bring him out again.
If the Seawolves keep scoring, why not?
As long as he can eat up innings and save the bullpen for tomorrow.
Hard to forget that there's another doubleheader just tomorrow for these teams as the ball is up, so full count here to Luthner.
It definitely changes the coach's approach because, as a general rule, in every conference in baseball, in college baseball, you usually play 3 games on the weekends, and your top 3 starters are your rotation. And
foul ball there. Still full count.
And, you'll have a midweek non-conference game where you get to try out a 4th guy and you give your bullpen some work and you give other players some work they don't normally get. They're, the non-starters or the freshmen and sophomores, and see what you got come playoff time. And those guys may be called on to step in big situations.
As it is fouled back behind the plate, we'll see if that stays in, and it looks like it does, but it's not able to be caught.
Nope, that was actually out of play.
It was
out to the other side of the screen. So
right there,
nothing there.
Almost hit Stony Brook Statesman cameraman Ethan T, but he was able to avoid it. So Stan Luthner still up at bat. This has been a long, I believe, 7-pitch at bat so far.
That's what you call an occupational hazard out there.
And a soft ground ball to short. So no run scores, and Rodada gets the job done right there at least.
And for once, the infield in works.
Yes.
Because you will hear people saying, why do that? It never works.
Right
Everybody
there.
talks about the 2001 World Series with the infield drawn in. And, well, that time it worked. The runner held, which is what they want. Because if the guys had been further back, the run would have scored.
So now we have Derek Yellen, the right fielder, up to bat. And he has a double and a run scored today. He also has a ground out. 1-0 the count after a ball, a little high. Swinging strike. Nice pitch from Rodada.
I also like that you can hear the dugouts talking it up. Always a lot of fun. Got to be careful, though. They have to be careful. They don't know they're live on the radio, and who knows what they might say.
And that looks like a single to left field, and that scores a run, another RBI for the Seawolves. So Yellen drives one in, and Paulson, after his triple, scores.
Well, that one was no doubt. It makes it 13-7, but that was going to drop, and drawn in infield didn't matter. It dropped in left center field.
So
I mean,
now
don't read the
Giordano.
scoreboard right now. It says, there we go.
So it's the 12-7 Seawolves with Yellen on first and Giordano up to bat.
Yes, now
Swinging
12.
strike.
Yeah.
12-7, but the hits are 14-7.
Okay, I thought I saw 13 there. No, it's 12 is correct.
This is starting to look like a football score here.
2 more and it will be. Two touchdowns to 1. Throw it to first. First one from him, though.
So that earned run goes to Brigman and not to Dorado.
But now he's doing the same thing that Brigman was doing, throwing balls over to first base. He's still there on a pickoff. He's a left-hander, so left-handers normally have better than average pickoff moves. Everybody remembers Andy Pettit. By the way, WSB Stony Brook, 4 o'clock.
Ball up and away. 2-1 the count, or 1-1 the count. Curve a little high, so 3-1 the count. And at this point, Dorado's just looking for a hard ground ball up the middle for a nice double play.
You know what, though? For a game 2 in a 4-game series, the pitching is general rule on both sides has been pretty sloppy. But that's what happens when you have a 12-7 score.
Oh, yeah. And so 3-1 the count. And my guess would be you give Giordano, the best hitter on the team, the green light here. And that he does, and he grounds it to third base, but not an easy play. But it is made by Dripch. And Giordano's out. Now it's 2 outs.
And again, a little ahead of myself. I thought he was out of the inning. Nope, he's still got one more. And he's probably even thinking that himself. But Yalon goes to second on the play. But, yeah, he's got another runner in scoring position for Hamilton. And Hamilton's due because he's 1 for 3. He has single that he was erased on a fielder's choice. And then a pop-up and a fly-out, I should say, and a ground ball. And he's been pretty quiet.
Hamilton hits a liner down the third baseline, but it's out of play. So 0-1 the count to Chris Hamilton, the senior first baseman, the lefty. So this is lefty versus lefty here. Weather is still gorgeous out here. And a nice curveball, but it seems to be a little inside. So 1-1 the count.
You know what? After a few weeks ago, you and me doing a game in 35-degree cold with the sun out, we've earned it.
We have earned this. And a similar pitch, but a little high. Looks like Dorado does not want to throw fastballs to Chris Hamilton, who typically smashes them.
This is the toughest part of the order for the Seawolves.
And he throws an off-speed pitch, and it is smashed to center field. And it is caught on a unbelievable catch from the center fielder for the Binghamton Bearcats right there. And that is Shane Marshall. And that saves a run and an extra base hit. So Dorado gets out. He doesn't give up an earned run, even though he lets up a run. And so the score now is 12-7. It was 2-1 right there in the 5th inning. So we head to the top of the 6th in an offensive game here. It is 12-7. And it looks like Jared Milch is still up there on the mound. He's going out there.
At this point, no reason to pull him. And you know what? This is what a coach wants to see in a situation like this. Move through the game quickly, which is what he was doing to a degree, in the previous innings. He was just getting, he was, grooving some balls and they were getting hit. So that's what happened to him in that 3rd inning, and also in the 5th as well. He gave up a pair. But the important thing here is that he gave up 1, I should say, in the top of the 5th. But he gave up 4 in the 4th. The important thing here is, first of all, don't let him come up for air and work quickly. Just
get out.
Fly us home.
Binghamton has long day tomorrow here in Stony Brook, and these have been 2 long games because of this offense.
I mean, Tim Sinicki's approach with Brinkman was identical, but things just got so out of control with Brinkman, he wasn't getting any outs, and he wasn't moving the game along. That's what Milch needs to do here.
And so Milch deals to Kevin Riley, the catcher. And first pitch is a strike. Little up and away. Mitch deals an off-speed pitch, a little down. So 1-1. To Kevin Riley, who's catched now 12 consecutive innings. And a little ball outside.
That's what's known as young knees.
Yeah, it's not going to feel well in a couple of years, or maybe tonight. And a strike on the outside corner, 2-2.
I'm sure the training staff at Binghamton has mastered the art of ice. Lots of it.
And he hits it, just a dribbler, and the catcher fields it over to Hamilton, and that's 1 out. It's like an oddity for me to see a first batter get out in an inning.
One of my favorite images is of, Patrick Ewing, for example, when he's playing for the Knicks. He was always the first guy you talked to in the locker room after the game, and he talked every game because, of course, he figured in prominently in every game. Let the pitch get by.
And it's a strike on the outside corner.
So he would have both feet in buckets of ice, both knees wrapped in ice, and basically he was almost waist deep in the stuff. And he would talk to reporters sitting in his locker like that.
As the count's 2-1.
One guy who would always ice after a game from rookie year onward was Derek Jeter, his throwing elbow.
Strike on the outside corner, 2-2.
One of the guys who pioneered it was Sandy Koufax, because he developed arthritis famously in his throwing elbow, and that kept him going until he just couldn't take it anymore. Of course, in his final year, he won 27 games.
One of my favorite players of all time, Sandy Koufax. Maybe the best Los Angeles Dodger of all time.
Definitely one of the best left-handed pitchers.
I think you could say the best left-handed pitcher ever.
Oh, there's some guys out there.
Randy Johnson, maybe.
Warren Spahn, Steve Carlton. Run down a list of great lefties. And guys,
Jared Milch.
Yeah.
As a pop-up out of play on the first base line. Looks like it was caught by a fan.
I mean, Spahn's case, it's very hard to dispute 363 wins.
In the days where these pitchers were throwing their arms off, of course.
9 innings, 23 complete games a year, 30 maybe.
Another foul ball. That was smashed right over the Stony Brook dugout.
Bob Gibson, not a right-hander, but that year he went 1.12 ERA and lost 9 games. Never pulled from the mound, only for a pinch hitter.
Sports were wild back then. This is as Milch hits a dribbler to short. Luthner handles it and picked by Hamilton. So that is 2 up and 2 down so far in the top of the 6th. These are in the days where Wilt Chamberlain averaged more than 48 minutes a game.
Days when Oscar Robertson averaged a triple-double.
Yeah.
But here's something else that'll blow your mind right now. That's the 5th guy in a row Milch has retired.
That is wild.
So Evans went down, got Taylor again. He had an RBI single.
Wow. I think that's the first time we've seen 5 consecutive outs in this game from one pitcher.
I don't see anywhere else on the scorecard. 4 maybe.
As a swinging strike, 1-1 the count.
Oh, I'm wrong. And Riley
Another
actually started
swinging strike.
the second out of the second inning, and then he went 1, 2, 3 in the third. So he's done this before. So
And it is popped up to left field. Should be an easy play for Evan Fox, even if the sun is in his eyes, and he catches it. And we move to the bottom of the sixth, a 1-2-3 inning. That is a weird thing to say on a day like this when the score is 12-7.
but I'll tell you this. He had not, up until now, retired 6 in a row, and he just did with that flyout.
We're seeing history, 6 consecutive batters out by one pitcher. And Milch with his third 0 on the scoreboard. Seawolves have only put up a 0 once this game so far, as Dorado comes back in, the lefty for the bottom of the sixth. And Chris
And he got
Hamilton.
things under control, too, because he's given up only a hit and then got the next 2 guys out. So Tim Sinicki will be very happy to let him finish if he has to, but see what his max is. And not only that, as we keep saying, he came in with a 27 ERA, and that's already gone down significantly. So the more work he gets, the better. And these are opportunities, as I keep saying, is to see what you got further down the bench. And the more outs he gets, the more chances he gets later on.
Can we see 2 consecutive 1-2-3 innings? So Shane Paradine is up to bat. Paradine has hit the ball hard all 3 times up to the plate today. Takes a strike.
That
down to the
fastball
strike
had some
zone.
life on it.
It did.
Wonder who's working the gun.
And it is hit hard to center field. And Marshall can't get to it. It hits the wall. And Paradine walks into second base with another extra base hit. And these Seawolves stay hot at the plate.
Now that ball took off fast.
Yeah, it did. It's almost like they saved up all these hits from the first 7 innings of today.
But the whole thing is what we were talking about. When a ball gets hit into the gap, a guy can take an extra base. Could not have done it then because it definitely did get out too quickly, and he was barely at second base by the time he came back in.
So John Tachillo, the DH this game, up to bat, but he catched in the first game. He has also hit the ball hard in all of his at-bats today.
And would you believe?
Ball low, 2-0 the
And it
count.
looks like it's going to continue. No strikeouts, no walks from any Binghamton pitcher, either Binghamton pitcher, Brinkman or.
No, I think Giordano struck out in the third inning.
Oh yeah, you're right. Strikeout 2, 3. Yeah,
But
that's the only one. You're right.
As a strike on the outside corner. That's still unbelievable, though, that there's been no walks and only 1 strikeout. Every Stony Brook player, except for Giordano once in the third, has put the ball in play. And most of the time it's been for a hit. And even when it's not, it's been hit hard.
That's a good sign. It means that the Seawolves hitters are locked in. And we'll look ahead to the schedule when we get a chance, but
Must have been something in the water between these 2 games. You go from 2 hits and 0 runs to 15 hits and 12 runs.
it's like whatever it is, they got to have some.
Don Dorado sets the deal. And Tachillo hits it hard to short. Should be a routine ground out, and it is. So 1 out
Number 4,
as Paradine moves to third.
Rocca.
And John LaRocca comes up to bat. He has a couple groundouts and an RBI single.
Looking ahead for the Seawolves, of course, they'll play 2 more tomorrow against Binghamton. And then they got NJIT back here next weekend. Then road for the next 2.
Hard hit ball from LaRocca, and that's an RBI single once again. That scores Shane Paradine. Into right field is the hit. So LaRocca, the lefty, pulls it. Nice textbook piece of hitting, and Evan Fox comes up to bat, who last inning led off with a deep home run to left field. Still only 1 out, and the Seawolves refuse to not score in every inning except for the 4th. So the score now 13-7. Now this is a football score.
But you also have 2 pitchers. Well, mop-up duty is usually for someone on the losing end. But you have 2 longtime coaches not necessarily willing to dip into their bullpen if they can possibly help it at this point.
Evan Fox swings and misses at a high fastball. 0-1 the count.
So as I was saying, the remainder of the schedule, 2 more here tomorrow against Binghamton, NJIT next weekend, and then the final 2 weekends of the regular season will be on the road at UMBC and then at Binghamton again.
Ball outside. And so they would be playing NJIT home, and they played NJIT home last weekend, but those games were technically home for NJIT. So Stony Brook gets 2
it was really
game
weird.
sets against NJIT in Long Island.
NJIT did bat in the bottom half of those those 2 games, those 2 doubleheaders, I should say. But the other thing that's weird, when we get to the tournament, the home and away team, Seawolves are the host team, but they may not necessarily be the home team in every game. It really depends on seedings and things like that. Now, at this point, if the season ended today, they would be the top seed. Funny thing also about the Seawolves, as we have a 2-1 count here. Wait for the pitch, and I'll finish the sentence.
Dorado deals outside. That's 3-1 the count to Fox.
So, Stony Brook, the program, every time they've advanced in the America East tournament to the NCAA,
Fox pops up. Should be played by the first baseman, or the right fielder's going for it. And it drops. Ooh.
lost in the sun.
And so that is a single.
Number 14, Paulson.
Thank you. So Paulson comes up to bat. I think that'll be scored a single. And so that's a single for Fox.
Well, nobody got to it.
And LaRocca
Dropped
moves to
between
second.
fielders.
And Paulson is now up to bat with 1 out and a man on first and second.
Double steal.
And LaRocca gets out at third. Interesting move from Matt Sank and the Stony Brook Seawolves. So LaRocca's out at third, but Fox moves to second.
2-5 on the caught stealing.
And Paulson is still up, who has a triple and a single today.
As I was saying, is that every time the Seawolves have advanced, and that's all 7 times they've advanced to the NCAAs, 6 as a member of the America East, they've swept their way through. 3 games, and away they go.
And the ball in the dirt.
The only times in a double elimination tournament where they have advanced having lost 1 game was in the 2012 run. They lost 1 game in the Coral Gables Regional, and then lost one game in the Super Regional against LSU and advanced both times. Only time in their history that's ever happened.
Paulson hits a foul ball, just gets under it, and it hits the net behind home plate. 1-2 the count, 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And Paulson flies one out to right field and gets under it, and it is caught. So we are moving on to the top of the 7th. So only 1 run for the Seawolves on 2 hits in the 6th inning. And Paulson flies out to right. And we're moving to the top of the 7th, where Binghamton gets back up to bat. And we'll have the top of the order. So, Matt, are you taking over?
Do the 7th. I'll do the 8th and 9th.
I'll do the 7th inning. And it looks like the Seawolves are bringing in a new pitcher. So Jaron Melch's day is done. He went 7 innings, giving up 7 runs on 7 hits. And in for the Seawolves is number 25, Adam Erickson, the senior right-handed pitcher. He's getting in some warm-up pitches now. So even though Milch had a very subpar game as far as Jaron Milch goes, he is more than in line for a win on his worst game of the season so far.
Funny thing, too, is that he retired the last 6 batters he faced.
It's like, why take him out now?
Because we didn't count his pitches, so that's another thing they have to consider over in the dugout. They don't want to overwork him either.
Yeah.
I mean, he turned in a solid he worked through his 6 innings, I should say, and he definitely labored.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
cases.
it was a solid 6 innings. It was a solid last 2 innings.
Yeah. But he also ate up the 6 innings and did not force Coach Sank to bring out any help from the bullpen until the late innings when he normally would. But now, wins are important, and he's got a 6-run lead, and he can't afford to let it fritter away.
And you just need 9 outs, just 9 outs. The offense doesn't even need to do anything. Just get 9 outs, and this game's over, and you tied Binghamton 1-1 in the first day of 2 doubleheaders.
And you don't have to dig too deep tomorrow.
And so Stony Brook used 2 relievers in the first game, and this will be the first reliever used in the second. As the top of the order, Tommy Reifler comes up to bat. The sun is really shining now. It's getting warmer every hour.
I'm feeling the heat on the back
I'm
on my
also
back.
feeling
I have a jacket on, and without the jacket,
It'll be too cold.
yeah.
As Erickson deals a strike down the middle to Reifler. And as you were saying, Matt, just throw strikes. If they get a hit, they get a hit. You're up 6. Just get outs here.
I think that was Milcher's approach, maybe a little bit too soon.
Yes.
Because
As a curve in the dirt is a ball.
Like we said, he did get beat up pretty good in the 4th inning, and I think that was one of the reasons why.
And another curve in the dirt, or the turf, I should say.
Now,
With 2
just
balls.
looking at the pitching motion here, he goes full overhand. Everybody's usually 3/4. They move arm angles, but
Ball outside.
there he dropped a little bit.
Erickson does have a unique style of pitching, I would say.
Yeah. His mechanics, like I said, mostly full overhand. He did drop his arm a little bit there. I mean, pitchers like to move around with the arm angles and see how they can fool.
Oh, that's a strike
how
on
they
the
can
outside
fool the
corner.
hitters. But he comes mostly full overhand.
Reifler thought it was a ball. He was on his way to first, and he calls time. But it does. Erickson does look a little tight because he doesn't drop the arm that much. It doesn't look as smooth of a movement as someone like Milch.
He's also a little bit shorter.
And the payoff pitch
Or
is
seems
foul
that way.
to the Stony Brook dugout.
He's not as skinny.
And another foul ball.
The thing I'm finding interesting is that I hear people stomping on the aluminum stands. I guess the mic is just picking up every little motion because nobody's like, trying to create some thunder here. Although he really could if he wanted to.
And another foul ball from Reifler that was dribbled right by the catcher and the umpire. So we're getting ready for our 9th pitch of the at-bat here. And
That's another
Reifler's
thing.
not making it easy on Erickson here.
Down 6 runs and you're working it like this.
Well, Reifler's just the best all-around hitter for what we could see based on statistics and what we've seen today from Binghamton. And he shows it again, and a nice hit to the opposite field for the lefty. Hits it right in front of Evan Fox's glove, and that's a single.
Second hit of the day for him, of the game, I should
of the
say.
day, that's a
Not of
sixth
the
hit, I
day.
think.
It's a yeah, because yes, he had 3 hits in the first game,
Our 5th hit of the day.
so it's 5. Of course, had a home run as well, RBI single earlier in this game, but also had a 2-run double and the aforementioned home run in game 1.
Erickson throws a off-speed pitch low and outside for a ball. Oh, wow. And Erickson throws it literally behind Daniel Frankie there. And what a catch from Shane
Frankie.
Paradine. He literally caught that
He's patting.
behind Frankie.
He's patting his chest. I think that was a little scary there. Because when a ball is behind you, you can't move because you'll move right into it.
And Erickson throws it down, and he is struggling to throw a strike this at bat. It's 3 of the count.
And I mean, this is righty to righty, and he still threw behind him.
And finally a strike, 3-1 the count. And it is hit hard to left field. Evan Fox going back at the wall, and it is gone. That is a home run for Daniel Frankie, and it is a 13-9 game. Daniel Frankie and Tommy Reifler score on the Daniel Frankie homer to left center.
Watch that bullpen over in right field. I see activity.
And not a great start for Adam Erickson.
Erickson, senior righty. But now, again, how short is the leash going to be when the lead is now 4? And not very, because here comes Matt Sank.
Well, getting
Actually, very short. Extremely short.
facing 2 batters, giving up 2 runs and getting no outs is never ideal.
Hard hit balls, no less. I mean, yes, the home run, but also that single by Reifler was a rifle.
That was after a 10-inch at bat, or 10-pitch at bat from Reifler. Just worked Erickson that whole at bat, and because of it, gets on base, and Daniel Frankie takes advantage. And we've seen a lot of home runs to left field today.
But here's the thing. The umpire is saying, okay,
That's enough time.
Fisher cut bait, guys. Stop talking about candlesticks and whatever, Bull Durham style. Now he's signaling for a pitcher.
He just, is trying to stall there, saying to get as many pitches as possible in the out in there in right field for whichever reliever's coming in. We'll be able to see in just a second. So the score is still 13-9. The Seawolves still hold on to a 4-run lead here. As crazy as that is to say. And Seawolves bringing in
And it'll be number 34 on the Seawolves squad.
That is
That'll be
Kyle
Kyle Johnson.
Kyle Johnson, the junior.
Now, this is interesting.
Number 34.
And he's been solid this whole year as a reliever for the Seawolves.
But he's bringing him in now. It's actually a non-save situation. There's only is a 4-run lead, but he doesn't want this game to get away. He was hoping guys would eat innings, and Milch did. He kept it, somewhat under control. But now you're down to 4 runs, and you've got, 9 outs because there's still nobody out in this inning. So you got a problem on your hands right here, and you got to deal with it quickly. You cannot let this game get out of hand.
But the Seawolves bring in their closer and best reliever, Kyle Johnson. And I'm not sure if this is for a 9-out save or for just for 3 outs or whatever it is, but Matt Senk is worried just like anyone would be because Binghamton keeps scoring. They keep this lead, they're not letting the Seawolves go run away with it.
Well, like I said, the goose eggs, okay? When Milch retired 6 in a row, that put a lid on it. Then all of a sudden, boom, boom. So that's got to stop.
So now Alex Barada is going to come up to bat to face Kyle Johnson first.
3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up here, too. And Barada doubled, okay. Durpich behind him, he singled and scored a run. And Gazelle has 2 hits and RBI ground out. He's got a home run and an RBI ground out. So, these guys are dangerous. (13, 17, and 3 for the Seawolves. 9, 8, and 0 for Binghamton. And remember, this is only the second of a 4-game series. So this could turn out to be a slugfest weekend here.
We might be able to break a record for 4 games against one team for runs scored. Already been 32 today. Kyle Johnson's first pitch was a fastball outside to the righty, Alex Barada.
But hard.
And an easy dribbler to Kyle Johnson, and he gets 2 pitches and 1 out. He's got to keep that up.
And that's what he's there for.
But Johnson does throw hard. He's not a big guy, but he throws hard. He's an intimidating pitcher to go up against. And
of course, the guy I'm thinking about is a lefty, but relatively small guy who threw hard, Ron Guidry.
Right. Now Kyle Johnson gets another ground ball to Luthner and will throw over to Hamilton. Hamilton with a nice catch. And that's 2 outs in 3 pitches for Kyle Johnson. That is good. And now Kevin Giselle gets up to bat. And Kyle Johnson working quickly. This is what we like to see.
With confidence.
Right. And he's a seasoned veteran. He knows what he's doing. As a ball in the ground right in front of Giselle.
And even then he'll tell you he meant to do that.
Yeah. And a swinging strike. Giselle just couldn't catch up to that fastball. Ooh, just outside for Kyle Johnson.
Heard that pop, though.
It did. And a ball low. So Giselle working the count here. It's now 3-1 with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And that is a ball low, so that's a walk. And Giselle works a walk. Shane Marshall comes up to bat.
That's the first walk by anybody on the Seawolves side in this game.
So Shane Marshall, who has had a triple.
And Milch had a pair of strikeouts, and those are the only non-contact at bats here.
Kyle Johnson works a routine ground out to third base, and Giordano makes it easy. Throws it over to Brett Paulson, and Kyle Johnson comes in, gets 3 quick outs, albeit a walk, and we're headed to the bottom of the 7th. 13-9 reads the scoreboard. It doesn't look right because this is baseball, but that's it, and we're in the middle of the 7th.
So get up and stretch, folks.
And get some Cracker Jacks while you're at it.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that we don't have here, COVID. It'll always be, a trailer and back with concessions, be able to pick up something. Hopefully that'll come back soon, too. But you hear, take me out to the ball game. And, of course, at Wrigley Field, they have random celebrities sing because Harry Carey used to sing it. And I actually have a recording of him singing it. Unfortunately, I don't have it readily available or I'd play it on the air. But we can talk 7th inning stretch here. And like I said, if you are just tuning in, the Bearcats had a nice game to start. Big win there as the Seawolves struggled against Thomas Babelis, and Sam Turcotte got beat up pretty good. 10-0 was the final.
Thomas Babelis and Kyle Johnson, the only 2 pitchers to have any idea of success today on the mound. And Kyle Johnson's only gone for 1 inning, but we're currently hearing the Italian music that the Mets typically play.
Well, yeah, Adam Rubin covered the Mets for like 13 years in the Daily News, so Cialaluni there, Louis Prima.
Of course, we have a lot of Italians in the Long Island area.
Of course. But,
beautiful music.
But anyway, you got the bottom of the 7th coming up, and the Seawolves.
Stanton Luthner
could stand to add a couple of runs here. Go on.
13 runs, not enough today. As crazy as that sounds, it might be true. So Dom Rodato still pitching.
Amazingly enough.
As he takes a ball in the ground, ball 1.
We only gave up 1 run last inning.
And a strike on the outside corner, 1-1 the count.
Seems like he's been sitting a while, too.
And a pop out of play towards the softball field. And Matt, you'd have to think that pitchers on both sides have to be taken out of the rhythm, and it almost has to be a snowball effect because the offense is, for their teams, is hitting for so long that they have to sit on the bench for so long. There's another pitch outside 2-2.
Well, that's one thing, but on the major league level, they just keep changing pitchers. Only problem is when you have 2 more games to play tomorrow, you have another doubleheader tomorrow, you don't want to do that. You want these guys to eat up innings.
And the ball up and out. So full count here.
I am absolutely sure that Matt Sake did not want to bring Kyle Johnson out for this game, but he had to.
He only used, I think, 8 pitches in the last inning, so he should be good for the next inning as a pop-up to left field from Stanton Luthner. But he's still running the bases. And it is caught. That is 1 out.
But there you go. You hit a ball high enough, maybe a little bit far enough, but look where he was all the way to second base. If anything happened, if he dropped the ball, lost in the sun, he'd have been on third easy.
And that's what a manager likes to see, a fan likes to see. So Derek Yallen up to bat, the right fielder. He has a double and a scored, and he has a single today as he grounds out to third. And Durich makes an easy play out of it. So quick 2 outs, oddly enough. And Evan Giordano up to bat.
There's only 1-1-2-3 inning, actually 1 goose egg on the board for the Seawolves, and that was in the 4th inning. And that, of course, was the starter, Brighamton.
As Dorado deals up. Giordano takes a ball.
But Brighamton got beat up pretty good. Interestingly enough, Dorado only 1 run, his responsibility.
He's been okay.
Gave up an inherited runner.
He hasn't been amazing, but he's gotten the job done. And he throws the ball down, so 2-1 the count. And a ground ball to third, and it is dropped. But he picks it back up, and wow, what a play by Durich.
I'll tell you something.
He dropped it, picked it back up, and threw it to first just in time.
That's what they tell you in Little League. If
Don't
you can't
give up.
catch it, knock it down, keep it in front of you, and you still have a play. So, 7 innings in the books. 13 runs, 17 hits, 3 errors for the Seawolves. 9-8-0 for the Bearcats. Stark contrast to Game 1, where the Seawolves could not solve a Thomas Babelis worth anything. Only managed a couple of hits off him. Well, they've done quite the opposite in this second game off Ryan Brigman and Dom Dorado. Now, for the Seawolves here in the 8th, Kyle Johnson will stay on the mound as the defense gets set up here. Giordano comes about to pick up his glove, and he will, of course, return to third base. But we'll flip the card, and that means you will have the 7, 8, and 9 hitters up for the Bearcats in the top of the 8th inning. They will face Johnson. Now, as you were saying, Heath, if you leave him in for 3 innings, you may not be able to use him tomorrow.
Yeah, you probably can't. And it's unfortunate because if the games were spread out more, you could, but because there's 2 games tomorrow.
But that's a weekend series for you. But even then, even if it were just 1 game tomorrow, you might not be able to use him.
Yeah.
Even if it was a regular 3-game setup, because he's usually in there to pitch the 9th, maybe get 3 outs, maybe a 4th one, possibly bring him in the 8th.
But
now he's got to hit 9.
Now I do wonder if he gets a quick inning here, and the Seawolves are
Overhand
still up
fastball to
4.
Riley, a little low.
If he gets a quick inning here and the Seawolves are still up 4 going into the 9th, do they bring him back in or do they bring someone else in?
That's why they don't pay us to coach. For the next pitch swung on and missed 1-1, because that is a tough decision for Matt Sank to make.
4 is probably enough where you could be comfortable putting in anyone, but I don't know with offense like this today.
1-1, swung on and missed 1-2. Riley, RBI ground out, reached on air and scored a run, and also hit a dribbler to the catcher. 2-3 put out on that one. So he is 0 for 3 despite having an RBI. Bouncer to the left side, picked up by Giordano, throws across, he got him.
Nice play from Giordano, and once again, kind of a scary play for Hamilton because he had to put the glove in front of the runner, but
yeah, these throws from Giordano seem to be heading for the head of the runner. So, that will bring up Evans. That, of course, Jake Evans, the junior. He reached on error as well in that crazy 4-run 4th. Hits a high fly ball to left center field. LaRocca hang out under it, shading. He got it.
We should have had Kyle Johnson in this whole game. Game would have been over an hour ago.
That is another thing here because we have eaten up some time here. It's 4:43. We went on the air at 11:45. So maybe a little bit after 11:48, 49, but it doesn't matter. We've been on the air for 5 hours. So, first pitch to Taylor. Zach Taylor is a little bit low for ball 1. 2 men out, nobody on. We're in the top of the 8th inning, 13-9, Seawolves lead. Game 2, they lost the first one 10-0. Second pitch fouled into Death Valley out there, or the deep in the woods. 1-1 on the way, a little low. 2 balls and 1 strike. So the Seawolves were able to tee off on the Binghamton starter, Ryan Brigman, early. But fly ball to shallow right, and that will be a can of corn for Yalon, and a 1-2-3 inning for Johnson. So, after 7.5, your score is Stony Brook 13, Binghamton 9 on the long-time home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB. Flip the card over. 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up for the Stony Brook Seawolves. Due up, Hamilton, Paradine, and Tuchillo.
And a new pitcher in for Binghamton, Thomas Sinicki, who's a sophomore right-handed pitcher.
Son of the coach. So, Tanner Sinicki, you seem to get some numbers on him. Okay. Here we go.
He's a side armor, by the way, which is, you don't see that very often.
Looking for him here, and why can't I find him? Maybe my eyes are starting to go, but I don't see him on the stats here.
Tanner Sinicki.
Tanner Sinicki, yeah, definitely. Same last name as the coach.
Yep.
Tim Sinicki. When in doubt, Google. Okay.
First time this game, by the way, we've seen 2 consecutive zeros on the scoreboard.
He is a sophomore. Didn't compete while recovering from injury last year. He did pitch as a freshman. He's a junior now. Yeah, almost a submarine motion on his pitches. And, there's a guy I was playing that This Week in Baseball from 1984 between games. Go back to even before that era, Dan Quisenberry. But there's some other guys who threw almost like that. And not only that, seems to be throwing primarily from the stretch. It's going to be interesting to face him. But the whole idea right now is, first of all, keep the Seawolves lead at 4, because they still have 3 more outs, see if they can eke something out against, particularly if Matt Sink wants to save Johnson for tomorrow. But as you were saying, Johnson's been economical with his pitches, so he may not need to worry. Hamilton, on the other hand, Chris Hamilton, the number 3 batter, number 2 batter, number 3 on his uniform. Okay, the first baseman skies one foul to the left side. Okay, let's get his numbers for you. He singled, fly to right, grounded to third, and flied to center, and got robbed of a big hit on a good catch there. 0-1 on the way. This one's going to be a ground ball through the right side. Seeing eye single for a base hit. So second hit of the day for Hamilton, leads off the 8th inning. And 2 diving infielders. That's always great to watch. Watching a ball just sneak in, evade 2 gloves that way. But that's a hit. It's legit. Shane Paradine homered. Well, fielder's choice and scored a run, homered, and also tripled and scored. He's had a pretty good day. And he hits a hard liner, 5-4-3 on the double play.
And that is a really unfortunate play, because it was a line drive actually to the third baseman Durich. So Hamilton had to stay for a second, and then it was dropped by the third baseman, and by the time he dropped it, he got time enough to throw it to second and throw it to first. So double play for Binghamton there.
Seawolves hit into a bunch of them in the first game. Tuchillo now homered and RBI single and scored a run on top of that. Takes a slow ball 1.
I'll tell you, it's unique, but I love seeing this submarine motion, this sidearm. It's just fun to watch.
It is a very interesting mechanic. Ground ball to short, no, to second rather, and an easy 4-3 out. And even though a hit was given up, it turns out to be a 1-2-3 inning here in the bottom of the 8th. Nothing across, and your score. 13 hits, 18 hits rather, 13 runs, and 3 errors for the Seawolves, and 9-8-0 for Binghamton as we go to the top of the 9th inning. And
Kyle Johnson is out there.
Was there ever any doubt?
Yeah.
Again, a non-save situation because the save rule means 3 runs, the margin of 3 runs or less, but
the actual
the
stats
situation
are relevant.
with the tying run,
It's a stat in the peace of mind because you need him in here, and he went through the bottom of the 7th or the top of the 7th and the top of the 8th so quickly. Probably only threw 15 pitches between those 6 outs.
Well, even more importantly is that the save stat is irrelevant compared to the win stat.
Exactly.
Okay, and the win is what the Seawolves want here.
Right. So, Jared Milich is in line for the win if Kyle Johnson can get these 3 outs here. Now, Kyle Johnson would not get the save, but his ERA would look better. The Stony Brook Seawolves record would look better. And they would salvage this doubleheader after the first game where they got absolutely destroyed by the Binghamton Bearcats, losing 10-0.
And like I said, Binghamton finds a way to be a thorn in the Seawolves' side. They've won their share of America East championships as well and had to knock out Stony Brook to do it. So, and what's even funnier, as we mentioned, they go back to Vestal to play another weekend series to close out the season. So this whole weekend and upcoming weekend is going to be very interesting down the stretch. But Johnson faces Rifler to lead off. We go back to the top of the order, and first pitch is a strike.
And this very well may be the best hitter on the Binghamton Bearcats versus the best pitcher on the Stony Brook Seawolves here. So a little fun matchup here in the top of the 9th.
Next pitch, overhead curve. He got it.
Looked like 2 straight of the same pitches.
So, count quickly 0-2, and it's actually fun to watch a guy get ahead of a hitter. Doesn't happen very often today. This one, high fly ball, left center field. Can anybody get it? Oh, what a great diving catch. Saves a big hit. Fox coming through on the run.
Evan Fox has made some plays today, and he did not play in the first game. He has a home run and 2 diving catches today in this game.
You see, you wouldn't understand this because of your youth, but as a child of the 1970s, I just said Fox on the Run, which was a hit song back then.
Right, yeah, I did not pick up on that at all. I would have said a more recent analogy, maybe like, What Does the Fox Say? Which was a much more newer song.
But Fox on the Run comes up with a big catch. Frankie squared up to bunt and let a strike go by.
Frankie, once again, by the way, that's his 6th time in these 2 games
that
he keeps looking to bunt on the first pitch. Interestingly enough.
Particularly when he's homered today. Also ground out 3 times. But 1-1 pitch on the way. That one, a bouncer to third. Giordano, nice play, throws it over, but no. Hamilton was not able to handle it. And therefore, on the throwing error, Frankie will go to second.
Hamilton made a tough play at third, too.
I would rule that a hit, an E5, allowing him to advance.
They could rule that either way, though. We'll see. It is an error. It's an error on third baseman Evan Giordano.
Does the batter get a hit? Because I think they may not have gotten him. That was still in doubt. But anyway, Barada coming up now. Doubled and scored back in the 5th inning. Otherwise, takes inside ball 1 here, 1-0. You got 1 out. You got a man in scoring position. Seawolves lead at 13-9 in the top of the 9th inning. Johnson dealing from the stretch. That one in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Now here's where now he's starting to rack up pitches. Runner taking the lead, and Johnson doesn't care. Oh, a little glance. Next pitch, a little bit outside, 3-0. Now runners are becoming a bit of a distraction here. From the stretch once again. got the fastball in there, 3-1. Anything can happen here, but Barada takes a strike. Wow, that looked a little low. I was surprised at that one.
That was a stretch because that was a little inside and a little low.
Three-two on the way. Here it comes. That misses outside, ball 4. And that is the first walk administered to any, well, not correction, it's the second walk. Okay, well, Gazelle picked up a walk back in the 7th. So it's the second walk issued by Stony Brook pitching today.
Well, now with a man on first, there is the possibility of a double play here.
But now you got runners on first and second and 1 out, and yes, Durpich, you're hoping, because he's grounded out 3 times today, see if he can do it again. Take strike 1.
It's wild to say, but we're a swing of the bat away from a 1-run game, and it doesn't feel like that.
Durpich also singled and scored back in that 4-run 4th. But here's the 0-1. That one's going to be a flare into shallow right, and it's going to be no! Hamilton not able to catch it. Throw over the second, but they did get the runner there.
Hamilton makes up for it, and it's not like an infield fly rule can be called there.
It's in the outfield.
It's in the outfield, but Hamilton takes advantage of it because even after the drop on a tough catch, it shouldn't have been an error. He makes the hard throw to second base.
But that's
and they
not
get
an
the
error
out.
because they got an out.
Yeah.
So rule of the fielder's choice, actually, and go 3-6 erasing the runner, but Frankie moves up to third.
And if they don't get that man at second and its bases loaded, then it gets a little scary.
First and third, 2 out, and first pitch to Gazelle is a strike. And Gazelle homered, also has an RBI ground out, and also singled, and also walked.
Giselle has power, though, so you got to watch out if you're Kyle Johnson. Don't give him anything over the plate.
0-1 on the way, and that's in the dirt. That's definitely a type of pitch he ain't going for. Got 2 out here in the 9th. Seawolves up 13-9, but Binghamton threatening. They've got 2 runners on, first and third. Here's the 1-1. That one, high fly ball, deep to center field. LaRocca got it!
Wow! To end the game.
LaRocca on the run. Say hey, LaRocca!
Unbelievable catch after catch
Over the
by
shoulder
Fox and
again.
LaRocca.
Oh, what a great catch.
Ends
2
the game
Willie
in
Mays
style.
catches today.
Ends the game in style. And if that drops, this game's far from over.
Oh, that was, he definitely averted disaster there.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm telling you about these 2 teams, the guys go on tomorrow, they're going to have their work cut out.
And I'll tell you, the Seawolves pitching struggled and the Seawolves hitting struggled in the first game. One thing that did not struggle was the Seawolves outfield play. Unbelievable in all 16 innings that we saw today. Just play after play after play. So the Seawolves win 1, the Bearcats win 1 in a fun doubleheader in beautiful weather.
That was a lot of fun to do. I'm really happy with the result, particularly in the second game. But I'll tell you something. That, despite the score, it may seem like an easy win for the Seawolves, but
it was not.
It was not by any stretch of the imagination. It was a nail-biter. But we are, first of all, before we do anything, let's summarize things a little bit here. Seawolves, 13 runs, 18 hits, and 4 errors. Not good as far as the error column is concerned. So you don't necessarily want to see that, but a win's a win. On the flip side, Binghamton, 9 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. Your winning pitcher is going to be Jared Milch. He'll improve to 4-2, but his ERA is going to go up a tad. Ryan Brigman will be tagged with the loss. He drops to 1 and 2. No save. Although, well, the save rule, we were up 4, but the tying run was on deck, so he may get the save.
He might. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out.
Well, we'll get the box score at some point, but go Stony Brook Athletic, 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 but